Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Truth Tuesday. Greetings. So glad we're here. We can process information, look at news, listen to cowbells. We can do a lot of things on this show. We've got a lot of things to talk about, too. I'm David Sponheim, and this is a daily show for me. I'm committed to running for president for 2016, and I'm asking all of you to write my name in the upcoming election, David Sponheim. Writing my name in will actually make your vote count. No, emulation and emulation are two different words. Thank you. We are looking at the idea of a write-in candidacy because the two parties are clearly corrupt. Hillary and Donald are not trusted. 75% of the country do not trust Hillary or Donald. Not only are they not trustworthy, but they're playing some pretty lowball politics, driving you into either a left Marxist corner with Hillary, following Obama's Marxist trends, or a right-wing fascist corner with Donald Trump, following the Republicans' shift to racism. And I don't understand why the Republicans would even nominate him, based on the racist slurs he's made in the past few months. And this is coming from a guy who actually was boldly pushing out with my freedom of speech, and I did a blackface video in 2008 and 2014, which many people have called me a racist, even though I've never said a racist slur in my life. And I'll tell you, I'm really upset that Donald Trump is looking at Mexican people and Muslim people in a way that is betraying our national interest, violating our Constitution. Yes, we have a problem with Islamicists, the radical Islamic movement that seems to be an unending force around the world can be mitigated because we have a defined heterogeneous population. We can say no refugees. And I've been saying no refugees for 3 years now. But I'm hearing Donald Trump kind of cave in on that too. You see, Donald Trump only says things in order to get noticed, and then he flip-flops the next day. He said he felt that he was going to punish women who get abortions, and then the next day he's never going to punish women who get abortions. He's also making outrageous statements. Now he's bending on gun rights. He believes that he lost 14 points in the polls because of his support for gun rights, and now he's softening on gun rights and talking about the dangers of letting guns into the hands of the wrong people, blah, blah, blah. Whoa, you've got yourself a real flip-flopper in Donald Trump. And he's dangerous because he's greedy, which means a greedy person is prone to manipulation. That says it all right there. Because I'm not greedy, I'm not prone to being manipulated. I am the unviable candidate. Hillary is really greedy. Donald is really greedy. It's really a no-brainer. I mean, you've got me, and I've got 185 IQ, and I've got the best ideas for the country. So why wouldn't you want me to lead the nation to a better future? It really is that simple. But I haven't had one single second of mainstream media attention in 7 going on 8 years. That's why I'm not even talked about in the mainstream media, because they see me as a major threat to the existing oligarchy, the existing two-party tyranny. So we are doing the impossible, folks, and we've been doing it every night for 7 years, and thank you for coming in and participating. We have an open chat. You can talk about whatever you want. I have absolutely no limits on what we can discuss tonight on Truth Tuesday. I'm not greedy. I don't even collect money in personal gain. This is nothing to me. I made a vow of poverty when I was 18 years old, and it worked out very well for me. I'm able to retire at the age of 50 because my needs are so simple. I don't have a lot of worries. It seems like I've made the right choice. Your vote for Bernie is a waste of time now. I've been saying to all of you, Bernie is not going to be the person to defeat Hillary. I will defeat Hillary, and I will defeat Donald. But I need you to write my name in and tell everybody else to do that. I do support the idea of busting monopolies. I want to step really hard on Wall Street. I'm even willing to fire everybody at the SEC as soon as I become president and put watchdog people in to get accountability from Wall Street abusers. Wow. I guess $5 million in the Pulse GoFundMe page isn't enough. These greedy false flaggers are now engaged in even bigger fundraisers Thursday in Thornton Park. They're looking for even more money from this fake event that didn't really happen. There's no evidence anyone died in Orlando, folks. There's no evidence anyone even did the act. I mean, even Omar was an actor. We're not sure why he may be living in Tahiti for all we know. But without any evidence whatsoever, it's pretty screwed up. And for them to keep pushing false flags upon the American people and you realizing this must make you feel pretty powerless, doesn't it? Makes me feel pretty powerless. Medical insurance is something I want to back with a public option. So count on me fighting for a public option, not what Barack Obama did, which caved in and didn't even bother to give you universal health care. I don't like universal health care because I don't want everybody paying for everybody else's health care. We already do that with Medicaid. For that matter, Medicaid is universal health care. Rewrap it. What we do have is an extremely greedy group of healthcare professionals that are sucking money out of your pocket, out of your grandpa's pocket. Grandpa or grandma gets sick, they're going down. And you'll never get an inheritance either because of the healthcare community. All the work they put in, painstakingly saving their pennies and hoping that they'd leave a legacy for their children will be wiped out by some greedy oncologist who says, well, I'm sorry, we're going to have to operate 4 more times on your grandma. The fence is my idea. The 1,000-mile fence is my idea, and the 1,000 miles I measured is absolutely necessary to protect our nation from potential people who are deported and coming back in. It's really a very simple plan, and it can be implemented in 1 year. A wall, however, cannot. It will take 10 or more years, and it's impossible. Plus, we don't have the resources to pay for a wall, and we cannot possibly expect Mexico to do that. But we do have a lot of fencing. It's currently located around our FEMA camps in the northern sectors, so we'll rip that down, making our FEMA camps open territory with regional food centers, which is what they should be. And then bring the fencing to the southern border and have illegal Mexican workers, people that are working right now in our prison system that are illegal aliens, work for $1 a day to construct it, and then they'll get freedom. 3 months of work will give them a free trip home with a knapsack, some swag, and $100 in their pocket. You know what swag is? People like swag. They get donations. It could be like backpacks filled with stuff. Yeah. Thank you for making a fence. Swag, yeah. Swag, whatever. And Monsanto. Oh, wow. Yeah. Monsanto sucks. They suck the lifeblood out of you with herbicides and pesticides. They're draining your body of its valuable bodily fluid, I'll tell you that. Our world is getting more and more polluted. The numbers are absolutely insane. 7 billion tons of glyphosate, a dangerous herbicide that causes tumors, has been dumped on the earth. These people don't care about you, but they're the ones that are supporting Hillary and Donald right now. And Donald won't make a comment about GMOs. Donald or Hillary won't comment about the dangers of chemicals in our food. I'm the only one presenting that idea. It's close to home because I did build the organic food marketing business back in the early 1980s. And I proposed organic food to all the markets around the country. And I was single-handedly responsible for bringing the idea of organic food to companies like Safeway. They thanked me for it. I didn't make any money on it, but they thanked me for it. They said, wow, you are right. We should invest in this. And sure enough, they've got a whole line of organic food now. Of course, they're owned by a different company, but still, it's Safeway. All right, so we're going to take on different topics tonight. The ones that make sense are the ones that are based on issues, not you criticizing me or calling me names. That's not going to work for you. We can now blame Barack Obama for our economy because he hasn't done a damn thing. And we can also, thank you, Marisk. We can also blame George W. Bush because he also got us into 2 wars, which really were pointless and obviously to protect the CIA opium crops in Afghanistan. It wasn't ever about oil. If it was about oil, we would have seen oil production out of Iraq, which could very well happen. But again, the Republicans, they don't want to actually do anything. They just want to pretend like they're doing something and blame the Democrats. I'm not going to blame the Democrats or the Republicans at this point for the mistakes. It will rest clearly on me what to do to fix this. We've got a lot of issues about starting up small businesses that are not happening. So I actually have a plan to create an infrastructure bank offering 2% loans to U.S. citizens, U.S. businesses, as long as they pay a living wage of $15 an hour. And the infrastructure bank is going to run parallel to the Fed. And the infrastructure bank will offer 2% loans directly to the discount window at the Treasury to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens. And we will make sure that the payment for this infrastructure bank will come out of an expansion and consolidation of a major part of our financial structure, which is the Exchange Stabilization Fund. As president, I'll be able to look at the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Obama's never done it because he doesn't even know what I'm talking about. He's not too bright. But being he never really said anything he actually thought of, that he just read off a teleprompter, he wouldn't know that the Exchange Stabilization Fund is perhaps the only way we're going to get accountability from a very corrupt government. But that's where we're going to get the money. And it may even take place in the executive branch if necessary, if Congress doesn't want to approve an infrastructure bank. Because we could wait 3-4 years for Congress to get off their ass to do anything. Let's do it. So obviously funding American business, hiring American employees, I mean, what's so bad about that? The reality is nobody in government, nobody at the Fed even thought of this idea. You know, I wouldn't doubt Bernie's going to buy a new car. Jello beans. You know, a lot of his funds are probably going to help pay for that beautiful car he bought. You know, not many people can buy an R8. You know, they're $175,000. I'm not into fast cars. I'm not into showy cars or looking, you know, like you're cool. I mean, if somebody handed me a Tesla and say, here, test drive this, I would do it, of course. But clearly I know more than any of you. I even wrote a book on economics. So thanks for coming in and taking a note of what we're doing tonight. Yeah. It's always nice to know that many of you people who are clueless, who don't realize that the government's never financed American jobs. I mean, if you were even half clueless, you would realize that they've never invested in their own country. I mean, really. Yeah. So we wrote a book called Hybrid Capitalism, which you can download at our website. Go to the store and you can download it for only 99 cents. It's a Kindle read. You can buy a paperback for $14.99. So what we're going to do is get to the bottom of the real problems facing the country, get to the truth. Now, the truth I started out with in the pre-show is this. The people that are running our country right now, they are allowing the air to be polluted. They are allowing the water to be polluted with fluoride and countless other toxins. They're allowing chemtrails to be dropped in the air, which is another issue we should talk about. They are allowing the food to be genetically modified to accept more and more herbicides and pesticides than ever before. In your food, in your diet. And it's been known, scientifically, they found that this causes tumors in your body. So that's the truth, right there. The two-party system has willingly allowed our environment to be degraded and destroyed. And worse than that, they even want to tax you, claiming it's your fault, like the Democrats do. And I don't want to do that. I don't believe in cap and trade or carbon point legislation. We will only look at legalizing marijuana on a recreational basis. We believe that's the best way to help rehabilitate our economy as well. The other drugs, not so much. No. But if you get 2/3 of the country to agree to legalizing all drugs, I will listen to that and I will go along with that. I'm not going to stand in your way. But I've seen what meth and coke does to people. I've seen what crack will do to people. I mean, you've seen the before and after pictures. It's unbelievable. I've never seen a pothead look really, really bad. They usually look like they grow long hair and walk around and they're kind of like, hey man, what's going on? It's not like they're losing their teeth because of the marijuana they're smoking. So legalization is a big part of the growth in our country. And it will definitely stimulate our economy. Look what it's doing to states like Washington, Oregon, California, New York. We're seeing, even Vermont is looking at legalization this election. 20 states are getting benefits from it. You know, I don't try to profit from anything we do here. And I'm not necessarily going to lose the election. 99% of our population can spell my name. And I can tell you it's not that difficult to spell Sponheim. Just spell Anaheim. Disneyland. And then you can spell Sponheim. It's that simple. Okay, Ann, we'll stop talking while you get another cold beer. Let's listen to other candidates talk about how great they are.
Buddy, I love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody. I love debt. I also love reducing. I know more about debt than practically anybody. I love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody. I love debt.
Okay, so we established that. He knows a lot about debt, and you really like debt too, I guess. There's been a lot of fake CNN casts over the years. This one comes to mind, the one that was done in front of a green screen when they claimed that they were going after Saddam Hussein. This is typical in the news now.
Now, again, as we said, we're not sure what caused this. It could possibly, and we emphasize possibly, have been a ground impact of a Scud. It could have been a ground impact of a Patriot, or it could have been the result of debris falling between the two of them. We just don't know right now, but we do know that at least 2 Scud missiles incoming were fired at Riyadh, and according to the Saudi military, they were both shot down. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia. Was almost exactly 2 hours ago when the sirens went off here in Saudi Arabia. Where we are in eastern Saudi Arabia, there was no problem. However, there was an intercept elsewhere near the capital city, Riyadh. We've got some videotape of that you can take a look at right now. Hi, Atlanta. We're about to have a short course in missile identification. This is a Scud. You can tell it by its distinctive label. Now,
they've been lying to us for years, yeah. Clark Gable. Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. That looked like Clark Gable's illegitimate son.
Love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody.
He knows more about debt than practically anybody. What a guy for a presidency who can't possibly get our country into fiscal order because he knows all about debt. I mean, we've had an egomaniac for president for 7 years. Do we really need another one? I don't know. And then Hillary. Oh, yeah. There's nothing to play. There's nothing to talk about. It's all basically too late. It's too late for all the rich people to save this country. If we don't start cutting our purse strings and chopping off the corporate greed pigs that suck off our contracts and want renewals every year so that they can pad their pockets and go play golf, then we'll continue to have the same irrelevant government as we have today. You want this election in 2016 to mean something, then you should write my name in. If you want it to just be the same old, and just continue to have the left versus right charade being played in front of you on a daily basis, then by all means continue voting like a lemming as you head over the cliff. And if you're like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton and all you want to do is fear terror and buy the lie that's being pushed in front of us by the CIA, then you can become part of the problem too. They engineered the terror that we know today as ISIS, and more evidence is pouring out about this. Yet there's not a damn thing that any of these candidates are doing to stop it. In fact, they're funding and the fear factor is being funded constantly. So I'm against the fear terror myth. I really am. I'm against this concept that ISIS is creeping in from all sides. Let me tell you the truth about ISIS. The whole caliphate, the whole ISIS thing, I don't have anything against the idea of doing what is right, but the idea of democratic socialism is wrong. That takes from the working class to give to the non-working class is not going to be helpful. I'm for the common man. But let me tell you how ISIS started, okay? A long, long time ago, the CIA was running out of reasons to start wars, and they were singing, "Release the Taliban." Remember that? Remember Bergdahl and the whole Taliban release? 5 major Taliban leaders were released in exchange for one deserter named Bergdahl. That's when it all flipped. That's when the whole policy out of the playbook of funding Al-Qaeda turned to funding the new caliphate. And right after those 5 Taliban were released, boom, ISIS was born. I'm not making that up. You look at the timeline. I don't censor anybody. Explorist hasn't heard from his cousin tonight. Someone may be trying to censor the reporting of your viewer numbers overseas. Thanks. Appreciate it, Explorist. It's possible. Bottom line, though, is people are watching us. I'm not censoring anything. No. No, purging and muting is not censorship. I merely knock people out who are slandering me in the room. You know, our rule is real simple. If you try to denigrate any one of us, including our supporters, we purge or ban you. It's that simple. Why don't you talk about the issues? Well, the Taliban were in the office. They were formerly Mujahideen, and they were in the president's office. You're absolutely right. I remember seeing that picture, that photograph of Ronald Reagan in the White House with the Taliban. Ronald Reagan went to a lot of places. The truth is, he went to Bohemian Grove one time with Richard Nixon. And Richard Nixon thought it was the weirdest, screwiest thing ever. This Bohemian Grove meeting place of elitists, you can tell how skeptical Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon were. They didn't take kindly to it. I think that the New World Order tried to jam their policies down Ronald Reagan's throat, as well as Richard Nixon's, and I don't think either one of them were going easily. We all know that Ronald Reagan got shot. It turns out that John Hinckley Jr. was at the party of George H.W. Bush the night before he went out and shot our president. And that did not even come up in the court case against John Hinckley Jr., who, by the way, is simply running out to the store with his mom and dad. He gets a day pass now. Can you imagine shooting a president and getting a day pass at a local market to go walking around? That's John Hinckley Jr. and the connection he had to George H.W. Bush. Now, Richard Nixon, I don't think, went along with their little plan, and that's why they threw Watergate at him. I did not like Nixon. I felt that killing those Cambodians, innocent Cambodians, was unnecessary. The airstrikes against North Vietnam were completely irrelevant. And the Tet Offensive was already a done deal. They'd already telegraphed what they were going to do, and the people that fought in the Tet Offensive, our men in the Air Force, and I know a couple of them, who served as POWs, they were falsely taken down. That whole thing was completely, all completely reversible. It's ironic. LBJ, Richard Nixon made big, big mistakes. But now we have Emailgate, right? We've got Hillary and her endless denial that she did anything wrong. The kingpin of the server that Hillary hired, the private server, has immunity. Federal immunity in a case now talking about the emails that are missing. Nixon abdicated just before he paid for those POWs, and those poor men never made it home, all because of Nixon. Yeah, exactly. The last president I voted for was Jimmy Carter. Bill Clinton. Let's see, Bill Clinton, I voted for him, thinking he would be a good guy. I didn't realize the whole Mena, Arkansas cocaine connection back then. And yeah, Robert McNamara actually said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was fake. In no uncertain words, he said it was made up. Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense under LBJ. There is something wrong with fluoride. Fluoride is known neurotoxin. The New England Journal of Medicine, the Harvard Medical Review, did a detailed study in 2012 on fluoride, showing it lowers your IQ by at least 7 points, maybe more. I voted for Carter thinking he'd bring a new face to the political office and a more of a populist approach, but he really wasn't a good populist because he didn't communicate well with the people. I don't think Bill Clinton was a good speaker. When you look at the long the long of it, you realize that Bill Clinton was, if you're picking good speakers as presidential candidates, you realize Bill Clinton was reading off a teleprompter much like Barack Obama. He was no William Jennings Bryan, I assure you. Jimmy Carter was actually the smartest president we've ever had, 153 IQ. And he was a nuclear scientist. He's written over 10 books. He just didn't have the chutzpah to push programs through. He was rather weak when it came down to implementation. I don't read off a teleprompter, never did. I've never had a teleprompter. I've never seen a teleprompter. William Jennings Bryan was the greatest orator of modern history. What's wrong with you? So they're pushing for more false flags in an era when we still don't have any evidence of anybody dying in Orlando. And now they want more money. Nearly $6 million in the GoFundMe page, and the Pulse owners plan for a big fundraiser Thursday in Thornton Park. They want to cash in on this. This whole thing is all about lying to the American people, seeing how much they can get away with, and going forward. I've never had a teleprompter because I never wanted one. I don't need a teleprompter. Every single word I say is actually engineered to convince you that you're wrong and I'm right. I'm sorry, but Carter was in no way brave when he ordered 9 helicopters to their death in Iran in a failed attempt to escape, to help the hostages escape. The technology was not even there at the time to do that. He must have relied on false information, bad military advice. I'm sure Bill and George W. Bush are good friends. It doesn't matter. When they go to Orgy Island, they want to be good friends. How would that help them if they weren't good friends at Orgy Island? I'm here, Bill.
Well, here we go again with another absolute fake, phony, total hoax. It's not a false flag. It's not a real event of any kind. Nobody was killed. Nobody was injured. Nothing happened. It was all staged. And this is about the so-called Orlando Pulse gay bar shooting. There was no shooting. Everything's fake. No, despite any kind of imagery or disinformation otherwise, nothing happened there. Complete Hollywood-style, phony, amateur, poorly done, completely easy to analyze. And amongst the fakes, just as in the Charleston, South Carolina super hoax with the so-called dead preacher and more, are the wax dummies and the Vaseline and the other fakes, wigs, and phonies of these types of hoaxes, the dapper cadavers. And here it is, right here. And you can see it in the so-called fake funeral of Angel Candelario Pedro. Of course, Puerto Rico is a hotbed for the Mossad and its FBI, CIA collaborators. There are offices down there. It's an ideal area to get the cohorts for this fake. And of course, the majority of the so-called victims are Puerto Rican, so you can tell the connection. Here you see it right on the video. I don't need to show you the video, you can view, but you can see she's taking her directions and cue from this individual at the so-called funeral. She then does the typical Sandy Hook style, Boston smoke bombing, Malaysian phony crash, hand wipe. From there, she drags it down. She's taking her cue from over here, drags it down, no tears. Of course, here we have the finale, no tears, nothing. Phony, absolute fake. If there's any tears, those are actors that are well-trained, but looks like we've got some Vaseline. There's a fair amount of imagery where this does not change, it doesn't drip, it doesn't flow medially to laterally as the tears do, and it doesn't drop with gravity.
Hi, my name is Chris.
Suspicion would be Vaseline or some other material to fake it out. And here we have the hard, absolute categorical proof, and that's the fake corpse. This is wax or
Fake
latex,
corpse,
absolutely fake. The guy is supposed to be an ophthalmologic assistant. What's he doing being dressed in a white coat with a stethoscope? What does the stethoscope have to do with the price of red beans? What an absolute phony it is. And anybody who sees this can really determine quickly that it's a fake.
I felt it was fake.
But
yeah.
the stethoscope here is a big part of the scheme to prove the phony. And of course, while some people might say, well, corpses are pale, not that pale, and certainly not that color. This is a proof of a fabricated corpse. The beard is painted on, some kind of a wig or fabricated hair.
Yeah,
but look at this guy. Where's the chest? Where's the rib cage? Oh, I suppose that was blown out with 18 shotgun shell shots.
Yeah.
But you can see this guy's touching his loved one, and his fingers compress all the way virtually to the posterior of the dapper cadaver. It's a fake right there. You can see it all. Here, well, we can play this little bit here together. And let's go to the part here where the important part, because we're going to show now here pretty closely here. You get a little nip there, and there you see there wasn't anything in the first place. There's no rib cage. There's nothing here. This is a completely, staged, carefully designed to make it, some sort of likeness. Acting like we're crying, but there's no tears. Acting like we're crying and wiping away, no tears. Here's the potential Vaseline. Here's that fake drag that we talked about. There, you see that right there, the glossiness. Now comes the fun part, ladies and gentlemen. Now comes the fun part. Let's go to it here. Stethoscope. Keep your eye on that stethoscope. There it is. There it is. Medical assistant there. And then we cover him up with the flag. Wow. But that's not the super fun part. I've got to show you something else. In another video, which we have down here, let's take a look at what we're going to find. Some fake grieving. What the heck's that? What's going on there? More of the same. But here's the fun part, where you can prove the hoax categorically. Coming to it. Where is the corpse? Fake corpse. Oh, here we go. As it winds around, there we go. Some fake crying for the camera. All the huggers. There he is again. Now here's the fun part. There it is. Did you see what she did? Let's go back. Let's go back. See what she's doing? Remember the stethoscope? What a joke she's making on it. She's pulling on it. You can see it move. There it is. There it is. She's belittling the process, making a joke of it as it is a joke, although it's a multi-million-dollar fraud. There she puts the stethoscope this is the proof you needed, if you needed any proof. This is a fake, people. Total fake.
All right, I appreciate that, yeah. Look at this picture, too, of the mannequin they were carrying around down the street. And look at the clown on the left. He's been in other crisis acting events. They found him all over the crisis acting circuit. Yeah, well, you can see that she was holding a stethoscope to make a joke about holding it up next to his body. I don't have a computer chip implanted in me. I'm a real human being, and I want to remain that way. In fact, when I'm president, I will have a full body scan performed once every 2 weeks and put on redundant servers around the world so that you can see everything in my body. The genital region will, of course, be masked off for protecting my privacy. But I doubt anyone's going to be, pulling my strings from my, man tool. I will prove that I'm not a robot, yes. I told you I'd have a body scan every 2 weeks. And it'll prove to everyone that there's no chips installed in me, and I will not allow them to get near me. If anyone gets near me, I'm going to just, get away from me! I don't even want a hairdresser. I'll do my own hair, thank you. You're going to save money on my hair. You're going to help me work on my hair. We'll have a 1.5 hour prep session where I can style my hair with your assistance. And you'll be able to mold my hair into anything you want, like you did today, the trial run. Today I did a hair, like a preparation for the hair day. It was great. We had a lot of people giving me complaints, and people were really part of the show. They were integrated. I'm not talking silly. I'm talking about how the people actually were in the show, early in the show, Russian Spy. All they cared about was my hair. It's kind of sad. But that's all they have in their mind. It's really a kind of an example of what we're dealing with here. Well, let's be clear. Let's be unclear. I remember John Edward had a $400 haircut. Hillary Clinton has $600 haircuts regularly. We'll scan my hair too, yes. Yes, we will be prosecuting Hillary and Obama on the Benghazi case, and Obama will be facing another prosecution on fraud charges about his birth certificate. Yep. And unlike Donald Trump, I will prosecute Barack Obama. One of the reasons why we have to prosecute Barack Obama is because Obamacare is a colossal waste. It's a tremendous loss to our country. I don't even go to haircut places. I just cut it myself. Yes, and we will prosecute Elizabeth Warren. I've been saying this for about 8 years. Elizabeth Warren will be forced to take a genetic test. If she does not have 1/32nd Cherokee Indian in her blood, in her genes, she will be facing prison sentences, multiple prison sentences, for lying and taking U.S. funds to graduate from college and go on to become a minority professor at Harvard. I was unable to actually get any money to go to college, and I've got a really high IQ with my #1 status as valedictorian in my high school. Nobody gave me any chances to go to school. I was rejected by 4 Ivy League schools. And I must say, I was a victim of affirmative action. Yes, we've got Listen Dave. Yes, thank you. 789,000 in Zimbabwe. And Robert Mugabe is probably tuning in right now, too. Wow. You know, I'm not selling guns, okay? We've got a gun story here about an AR-15 recoil rebuttal. Let's take a look at the AR-15 recoil rebuttal.
Waller. I'm making this video in response to Mr. Kuntzman's article, which I'm going to link with the video. In the article, he said shooting the AR-15 was terrifying, caused a case of PTSD, and bruised his shoulder. Now, as I'm about to demonstrate, the recoil on this rifle cannot cause bruising on your shoulder, even if held improperly. Let me put my ear protection in real quick, and we will demonstrate. I'm going to fire this weapon off the tip of my nose.
Wow.
Not broken, not bleeding, not bruised.
That's amazing. That was awesome. Now that got me going, man. I did not expect that. Fake nose, artificial nose. Clearly he's got a prosthesis in his nose, probably from doing a lot of crank. Nice video. No, I really think that's great. Good job, Christopher Waller. Nice word. I'm not pathetic. You're pathetic to come in here and say I'm pathetic, because you must have a life somewhere. Someone wants to be with you. Don't you have kids to spend time with? Many of you trolls who come in here and obviously can't stop me, you ought to give up and go spend time with your kids right now. Tell your wife, I'm sorry, I've been trolling Dave so long I forgot I had kids. Hey kids, what you playing on Xbox? I'll play with you. You know, just stop trolling our show. You're not going to win. You can't stop this. It's too good. Can't stop because we won't stop. Hi, Big Daddy. Big Daddy Kane. What's going on? Well, that's true, Darth. Not a lot of people are having kids. It takes a brave person to have kids. Leroy says, I'm glad you played that video, David. I had a feeling you'd get a kick out of that. Thank you. Leroy, how you doing? After we found out your dad was a chemtrail pilot, we've kind of been wondering about you. Well, if I got up and danced right now, I might just throw up all over the place. I'm kind of sporting a big dinner here. I'm trying to digest it. It's majestic, really. There is no toupee. This is my real hair. Amanda's here. What? Yeah, we should make toupees to look like my hair. You have 45 kids? I don't know if we're going to cook on Thursday yet. I'm still thinking of a sog chicken dish, but I've got to get Sarah's recipe for it. Well, you know, wait a second. Hey, you're forgetting how brave it is to get through raising children. the idea of having sex while you're drinking without a condom may beget the child. It's true, but there's no way you can undervalue the difficulty of raising children. I mean, I recognize how difficult it is to raise children. I saw my parents raise children, and it wasn't easy. Oh, really? So Leroy is thinking of releasing their dad's, who is a chemtrail pilot's letter. Excellent. Thank you, Leroy. That might be a good thing to honor your father with, because it was probably his last wish to be brave and to talk about all the things he was forced to do in Sky, dumping chemicals on people like they were insects. Well, this is the thing. Kids are a handful, and all of you parents who've taken on that responsibility, whether it was accidental or intentional, are taking on a lot. I mean, it's not easy. I have a lot of respect for parents. I don't myself want to have kids because I don't want to put them at risk. I feel that running for president is a far greater purpose for me right now than to share my genetic gene pool around the world. It is kind of an egotistic thing to not have kids, and it's kind of an egotistic thing to have kids. So you could go either way on that one. You chipped your kids? Are you serious? What, are you out of your mind?
Are you ready?
They fell for the LoJack thing for their kids, yeah. I'm ready. Trump has just already dropped 14 points in the polls. He's already violated his audience and his supporters by moving in favor of gun control. Trump's already ruining his entire voter base. It didn't take long for him to ruin the work that he built up using 10 of my ideas and misusing them and bastardizing them. Now he's completely walking in mush. And the people that he works with, he just hired a new crew because he doesn't seem to get good messaging. The drop in 14 points was not a result of his support of gun rights. He totally blew it on that one, and now he's stuck as a guy who wants gun control. It's just absolutely insane how bad he's mismanaging his career. But it really shows you how he's a lackey and how he really has just been a guy who made money with his parents' money, and he's just parlayed his debt. That is not some great accomplishment. No, we don't want him. And the reality is, if you were to get him as a president, Saudi Arabia would stop trading oil with you and your gas price would go up to $5 a gallon. How would you like that?
Yes, it
Would
was
you like
a
that?
jet that just went over right when I came in, Leroy.
That wasn't even a jet. I mean, I barely heard it.
David barely heard that.
That's
that was
nothing.
Pretty far up.
That's nothing. I get 100 decibels a day, twice a day over here. At least 100 dB. What have you done? Well, I have created a third party that's challenging the lame, stalwart two-party system. That's what I've done. Name one other person in America that's done that. It is noise pollution. I'm going to stop it when I become president. The commander of this program will be facing charges when I get done.
It's in New Hampshire. A dealership was giving away a free AR-15 with the purchase of a car.
Wow. Well, the fact is, a group of Whidbey Island residents did sue Leroy. They didn't sue Leroy, but they sued. Cost them like $60,000 and they failed. An appellate court judge in Seattle blew the whole case out of the water and said, no, the Navy can do whatever they want. They can go and drop 120 decibel sound everywhere they want. You can't stop them. It was a waste of $60,000.
Yes, I'm David's running mate.
The real cost of gas is you going to the bathroom every day. Try not to think about that too much. I'm building my eyebrow collection. I'm actually watching my eyebrows grow. I'm cultivating my eyebrows. I thought of getting some Rogaine and applying them to my eyebrows, but I haven't really done that yet. Somebody said you need eyebrows. Well, I have eyebrows, but they're not growing as fast as they should be, apparently. Well, I'm not going berserker on the two-party system, but thank you. We've already done an incredible job of dismantling the two-party system. Nope, EBT will not be payment for anything, but in fact, EBT will be phased out when I'm president. We're bringing on a new plan.
Just give me $400 and you can spend that however you want.
Yep, The $400 per adult U.S. adult is our plan. It's a brand new program. We just brought it out last week, if you haven't heard about it. $400 per month per U.S. adult.
Yes, David is ready to leave the United States.
It's time. It's time to get an honest person in the White House, folks. We've been wasting our time with these bad guys who suck up to big money. We need to do something really good and really original. And what we've got right now is not original, it's not good. We've got a has-been for a president who never was, who all he did was read off a teleprompter. And that's a dud, actually. Okay, so the U.S. Infrastructure Bank could be used to give people $400 loans. I mean, money per month, free money, not loans. $400 per month per U.S. adult. That's right. The micro loan program kind of took a back seat to this $400 per month per U.S. adult program. Nope, it's my real hair, and I'm about ready to get out of here. Ronald Reagan was an actor. Everyone knows that Ronald Reagan was an actor.
I think that goes to households, Enlightened Caver, and we're talking about each individual adult. So.
I'll be right back.
All right, 360. Enjoy. I don't endorse that, though. It alters your mind, and it's not very good. Thanks, Terry, I guess. All right. Oh, okay, Substar. Sounds good. Yes, we have one cat. She's very cute. She was sitting in my lap earlier, and so that's why it was a few minutes late. Well, that's not really why, but your plan is to continue drinking heavily? All right. I plan to never drink. How about that? Go ahead and ask your question. It's like a personal question, Explorers. No. Never mind. 645. I'm not going to answer that. And I don't know what you're talking about. Jello beans. Would I travel to Mars? Yes. And thank you, Explorers. Sometimes I do, especially after I shower. All right. Oh, it's kind of a cool shirt. It's like it shrinks, which is very good. You want to see my necklace? My sister gave me this necklace, which is pretty good. No, I don't have a shower camera. No, that's not going to happen, Falcon. It's the internet, I know. Don't be surprised. No, 956. I've just eaten some chocolate. Thank you, Explorist. Sometimes. It all depends on which sister you're talking about. I've been working on it, Alora. Who's insulting you now? I muted the person who insulted you earlier. I'll leave that up to your imagination. No, not all of my sisters are married, but they don't all look like me either. Not yet, Falcon. Did you have information on that? You can always call the people that are investigating it. Oh, thanks, 370. Well, it's going to be in basically, yes, Jello beans. We're not going to ask you how you use it, because however you use it is going to support the economy. Yeah, thank you very much, Falcon. Yeah, it's very basically, I think bag of H2O. After it happened to us, there was somebody that was arrested in Pennsylvania, not related to our case as far as I know, but there was an arrest that happened in Pennsylvania, and that kind of probably put a stop to it. so for a while. Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah, 868. I'm not gonna fall for that. Alright. It's pretty funny though. No, that doesn't happen 411. You fly like paper. Is that a song? I've never heard it. Yeah. I'm glad it died too. I think it was one person who didn't realize there were consequences to their actions. What does that even mean, 392? Okay. Oh, my whole outfit looks a bit Victorian. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. Alright, I was gonna check out... Well, you guys don't like it when I check out the news, but this is the only time I really get to read it, so... And no, it's not too tight. I like wearing my necklaces like that, like tight like that. I mean, I suppose I could loosen it a little bit. That's okay. I like my life 676, so take your own advice. You know, do something for yourself. And, you know, enjoy your life. Alright. Iraqis flee Fallujah only to find another nightmare. They have been forced to sleep in the open desert for almost a week. Aid agencies are warning that people are at risk of dying as supplies of tents and water run low. Wow. What? Somebody saves everything to YouTube? Oh. Yep. UK will be voting whether or not to stay in the EU. I think they might not. That's true, Transcender. The boss is very, very modern. I can tell you, I got this necklace from my sister. I think she got it from, you know, one of those places in the mall. I forget what they're called, like, glitter. No, I don't know what they're called, but they're like little jewelry stores. And then, the shirt David's sister gave me. Yep. Connie's good for good clothes. It's not called that. It's like, Sparkle Claire's. There you go. Yeah, I think she got it at Claire's. You have necklace and earrings from Avon. Yeah. Connie does have good taste, it's true. Yes, Connie and David get along as well as they're going to. Oh, she's going to hold back on clothes this year, she said? That's good. Yeah, hopefully, politics. Hopefully. You priced a necklace online, and they can go up to $70 depending. Wow. Oh, thanks, 528. Well, I'm on, if you want to set your clock, 6:30 Pacific and 8 o'clock Pacific is when I try to come on. So today I was like 10 minutes late, but usually 6:30 to 7 and then 8 to 8:30. And David's like on forever. But that's what I try to do. How far away is Canada from me? About 3-hour drive, probably less actually. 2 hours maybe. I've never been. So you know what? So people can hit on David as much as they want. David's not gay, so he doesn't like men hitting on them. on him, but you know, I don't care. Hello, Time Pilot. Okay. You think it would be the best move for Britain to leave the EU? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think it might be too. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Should I actually look what he's saying? Stop the spam! Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Ah. Unmute. Oh, it's going too fast. I can't get it. All right, there we go. All right. You're voting out? Oh, you're voting to get out of the EU. Oh, if I went up to Canada, I could visit there? I could. Oh, you think I have to visit Banff National Park? Yeah, I haven't done any of that either. Okay. Yes, I do think it would be a massive shock to the markets if the Brexit happens. It'll calm down though, eventually. All right, now I don't know if you're saying the same thing or something different, so I will translate you. I don't necessarily think it's two satellites. Emir Diab moons. Well, there are now 2 moons, yes. That's true. But they actually say the second one is not a second moon because it's it's not a real moon because it's actually orbiting around the sun and not orbiting around the earth. If you could go back or forward in time to any point, what year would you choose? But the thing is, would I go back as myself to tell myself other things? Or that's a different question than if you could go back and change something. Then that would be different. If you could go back and change something in your life, what would it be? You would want to go to Wood Buffalo? There are currently more than... Oh, yeah, that's true. There's a lot of 4,500 human-made satellites orbiting the Earth. I would agree with that. No, I have an awesome life, 676. Does that happen to you? Are you allowed to come out and just watch my show? I'm glad that they let you watch my show, so that's good. Wow, you must feel a lot better, 411. 1975 is precisely the year you traveled to from 3033. Do you remember any of your time about 3033, or do you only remember the time about 1975? I know, it's one of those things, Castile Angel, you can't change your history. You just have to love it and go with it and accept the life that you have and love the life that you have. I mean, you make decisions every day. You can only make decisions going forward. You can't make decisions back. Ah, you wiped your memory. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what you're talking about, Master Meatball. He never really did that before, so... Yeah, that's going to be crazy. 1 billion people on the planet. Oh, something that happened about
So I went outside and
269.
I immediately saw a sting operation.
Yes, thank you for letting us know. Thanks, Time Pilot, for posting that video. There, you can click that link that Time Pilot posted 269. Thanks so much, 902. That's very sweet. I wouldn't be angry with either of you, Explorist, but that's never going to happen because, as I said, I thought you were. Well, the question is, are you Guy? I can roll my eyes anytime I want. Strange fish creates ocean floor crop circles. I have heard, I know it was a hypothetical, but like I said, I just don't get, I guess I don't get upset. Or sometimes I do. Jealous? Jealous? Yes. Angry? Not too much. Cover up. More like I give him breaks during the show because this is a long show to do. It's a long, long time. Jealous of what? You missed something? Well, someone was asking a hypothetical situation, Steele, if I would be angry at David if David were with someone else, and I said, no, not really. At least I'd like to think I wouldn't be, but I'm probably pretty passive aggressive. Oh, if it was against his will, I'd be totally upset at you and I'd come after you with anything I had. So, don't worry about that. Oh, did you hear that now, 676? Well, not that I know of yet. I don't return your calls because you don't really call me. And you've never left me your phone number. Watching my eyebrows. Oh, yes. I know you want me to just be aggressive. And yes, some people think it's more honest to be aggressive, but and for the most part, I'm not. I'm just nice. That's what I would say. For the most part, I'm just nice. All right. 816 says 816 tabs open. That's good. Only if they're U.S. citizens. 568. Spawn keeps freezing because they keep getting other language in it. Yeah, that's it. That's true, Monkey Times. I don't have time to be upset about your stuff. I have too much stuff to do myself. This country needs me to do other things. Yeah, thank you, Castile. Exactly. David's totally, I don't like all this stuff in my face. How about that? David is, totally loyal and always will be. Yes, I am. Exactly. I am a very busy person. It's just like, why does he write all this stuff? All right. And yes, David's very devoted to me and I'm devoted to him. Here, I'll get rid of that for now. There, that feels a little bit better. Do I believe in the Hat Man? I've never heard of the Hat Man, so I don't know who the Hat Man is. Thank you, Castile. I always feel like I'm going to be an angel. I hope to be an angel, I should say. But that's in my next, if something were to happen to me. And the reason I would become that way is because, basically, if I help enough people here on Earth, sometimes I wonder I don't do as much as I could, but well, I think so, 232, but I don't know. I think maybe not. Oh, I didn't hear about that. Batman, huh? At 232, I'm not sure. I can't guarantee that. That must hurt, 411. The only one is they don't say that. It's not in any news. We only have Hartman, Seattle. $379. What? Ice cream? 568. I don't know. I think I would just start at the first order and work up. I see there's some conversation going on between 379 and ice cream, but I'm not following that conversation right now. Yeah. That's pretty crazy, enlightened Kafer. You speak Russian? That's very good. Do shadow people really exist? They walk the gray shadows or the dark shadows? People can make shadows? I don't know. 341, perhaps. They haven't bothered me. I'll say that. But there's how many of them are spamming the same thing over and over? Okay, I'll do slow chat. And then I'll just, is he still saying the same thing? Because I obviously two satellites, something about the moons. Let me see if I can go to this. I'm going to go like this and put English to Arabic.
I found the Constitution.
And
It was in my lapel. I was wondering where it was.
Oh, good. H03 is not a satellite. Because it orbits the sun and not the Earth.
So HO3 is a large pile of garbage that was floating in the earth, around the earth for some time, and we found out about it late because the guys in charge of waste management weren't really helping us out, you know.
We put some people in charge of waste management, and they kind of put it out in the middle of the ocean, you know. But it went in the ocean, it went into the atmosphere.
So what do we have going on here in this this room, and why are we allowing guest chat during this strange, odd period of time? Hey, we're not here to talk about Mecca tonight, guys. So a lot of them heard about me talking about the plasma beam that killed 2,236 people in Mina, Mecca. Yeah, so they're in here talking. I can see that. 2,236 in 2015 died in Mina, Mecca. And people don't realize what it was. That many people in the area are unable to hear. The news doesn't talk about it. What was a strange beam in the sky that killed so many people? No, it wasn't a suicide. It was just a microwave weapon of some sort. But the government won't talk about it, and we won't talk. What are these people writing?
They're writing about this
This
singer.
actor, a singer.
Here,
Okay.
I'll go like this.
Yes, he does look a lot like me. You're right. It's true.
That's who they think.
They think I look like him.
They think David looks like him, I think.
Hello, welcome. I will now do a little Punjab song for some of you in India. We have a lot of hatred toward Muslims in our country, and I want all of you to know that our party does not represent that. We are concerned about radical Islam. Of course, I'm concerned about radical extremists of any kind. So that's the story that came in earlier about pulse owners trying to make more money.
I can just start. Here, you want me to turn off guest chat?
Well, Islam is clearly the problem. Yeah, we've got a problem with Islam. You're right. I'm not dumb. No, I know we have a problem with Islam. They want to push into all the other countries. They're replicating. The people are having sex wildly because they're married under Sharia law. We don't want to push that upon America. In fact, America stands for freedom of religion. So technically, the Muslims have the right to freely pursue their religion, but we do not want a political component to that. It is the only religion-based government I've ever seen. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Kafir. With a name like Enlightened Kafir, are you Islamic originally? Were you raised Islamic, Kafir? Hey, Big Daddy Kane. Glad to see Sarah. Sounds great.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we're not going to be kindly to Islamicists that are radical Islam, but at the same time, we're not going to hunt down family members and kill them like Donald Trump wants to do. He said he wants to hunt down the families of terrorists or suspected terrorists and kill them. I would never do that.
So a kafir is someone who is not a Muslim, usually used chiefly by Muslims as a term to say to someone.
Well, isn't that amazing? I misinterpreted you are hardcore anti-Muslim. Thank you. All right, well, at least we've got you on board tonight. I mean, we're not really hating on people of Islamic belief. We're in no way trying to alienate them from their own religion, but at the same time, we don't want that political component that a lot of the extremists that vote for Donald are really concerned about. But then again, Donald supports the Zionist state. You know, he believes in giving all the power to elitists and the New World Order, so that's a problem too. And I believe that the elitists are using the Islamic jihadists as a tool to manipulate Western culture. So when you fan the flame of hatred toward Muslims, you're actually working in favor of the Illuminati or the New World Order, because they're trying to hate on everybody too. They're trying to drive a wedge between the left and the right, between Christians and Muslims. They just want nothing but people fighting. It's very simple. They want fighting. And that's what we're trying to defy here. We're trying to unite the people. And we're not going to unite the people by hating on Muslims here, guys. All right? It's not kafir, it's kefir. Oh, okay. Oh, I've had some of that. It's like kind of like yogurt, right? But it's like liquid kefir.
Kufar?
You've gone kufar here on this one. I would never accept AIPAC funds, Leroy. I've said that many times on our show. You know that. I'm not a Zionist, folks, like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
It's fun, but this is real. It's real fun.
It is real. Can you not see?
What? Anyway, this actually is a political channel.
We talk politics here. It is real.
And then I also just have fun.
Yeah, I used to have fun.
You used to have fun?
Well, now
You
it's
don't have
becoming
fun
more of
anymore?
a challenge to come in the room with all the
That's
haters.
because I
you know?
always like, I don't know.
I mean, they're not getting to me. It's just that with guest chat on, you never know what you're going to get.
Well, hear about this.
Life is
I'll
like
just
a
go.
box of chocolates.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you. Life is like a box of chocolates, Sarah. You never know what you're going to get. Yeah, chat is like a box of chocolates. My mama always said that stupid is as stupid does. Mr. Anderson. It's the cowbell.
We'll start over.
Mr. Anderson, you're lured into the room with the cowbell. It's clear that perhaps you believe that you are
Maybe
part of the
just
Matrix.
The whole society is going downhill.
You know, I believe I looked at the people today walking around some of the box stores that we walk around sometimes, and I see this kind of a blank stare on their face, and I know that kind of like, I've got to get milk and bread, I've got to get milk and
I
bread.
somebody that I knew, and I tried to say hi, and they're
No big deal.
They didn't
Loss
see
is
me.
gain. Gain is loss. If you guys lose, you realize that you've got to get better. That's a good thing.
nope. I'm not wearing lipstick. I am wearing a little makeup though.
Oh, yeah. You know, I saw some women wearing makeup today that were just overdoing it. And I think less is more, and I think that you're doing the perfect amount. You're absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
I saw a woman today that was just lit up just like a Christmas tree, and it was just overdoing because she really was a pretty woman. She didn't have to make herself
I like
even
to
prettier.
Put like, because otherwise I'd have dark circles. So I do a little makeup under here, and that's about it.
Well, let's make this Project Runway. Okay, everybody, let's get into the work. Let's make this work, everyone. Let's do this.
Thank you, Ice Queen.
Yeah. Obama's EPA caught covering up heavy metal pollution across U.S. cities as federal government wages multifaceted war against its own citizens. The National News talks about all these things that are going on. The EPA is weaponizing. They're going to swoop down on all kinds of different farms and do all kinds of land grabs with BLM. And we're doing nothing about it. And without a third party, we're never going to get oversight over this behavior, folks. We're going to lose our land. They're going to harvest us like a resource. Pretty soon, they'll have a tube hooked up to you, and they'll be draining your bodily fluids out to feed the Borg if you keep this up and don't do anything. We've got to fight for what is right, and this is not right. People like LaFoy Finicum never should have been killed. Oregon land grab. It turns out it's for uranium rights connected to the Clinton Initiative, which is even scarier that Clinton has all this power where she's seizing land. Justin Trudeau allowed fires to burn in Alberta. People couldn't understand why he resisted foreign help. They want that property for uranium.
Oh, that makes sense.
They're still mining uranium. Everything is being weaponized. Thanks, Sarah.
Bye.
So we got to fight for your right to party. Get the third party going here, folks.
For your right to party.
We built this nation on cowbells. Yeah. Right. Shiites are getting support from Russia. We see that. Well, this divisiveness between Russia and the U.S. is unnecessary. I've always contended that the secrets to peace, and we talk about this in our peace rally, are pretty simple. Not that difficult to recognize that the secret to peace is pure water. Lots of pure water. Even in the Middle East, especially in the Middle East. So pure water will equal food, will equal prosperity, and that will equal a better world. Yeah. Well, I had this theory that today, bag of mostly water. Instead of letting children run countries, let's just get the government out of our face. Let's just, if we were left alone, all of us, full well we'd prosper. So they're talking about aerial spraying affecting the organic award-winning gardeners and environmentalist gardens around the world. This never-ending attempt to destroy our atmosphere and poison our skies and everything, the herbicides, the chemtrails, you name it, is typified by this article here in Natural News. Aerial glyphosate spraying threatens organic gardens built by award-winning environmentalists. Yeah, look at that. This is a problem I ran into when I was promoting organic food in the 1980s. I would go out to farms and ask them, so you're certified, huh? What about the farm next to you? Oh, you have to be 10 feet away from that farm. But they can still have aerial spraying and it can affect your crop. I know. So certified organic doesn't necessarily guarantee anything. It gives you a better chance at eating something healthy. That's really where we're at. And because there's never been a concerted effort, Patrick Leahy wasn't able to pull it off, a national certification program, and GMO labeling never came out. We really have a bigger challenge ahead. That's to stop Monsanto and Dow in their tracks from an executive position. I will use the power of the Attorney General and Justice Department to take away the rights of genetically modifying food companies charging for patents on the food or the seeds that they're selling, or not even selling in the case of Monsanto. Anything that cross-migrates with one of their seeds, you have to pay, which is absurd. And I'm going to use the Supreme Court precedent from 2015, saying that they cannot create a genetic patent for a human being that's carbon-based, as a precedent to stop this ridiculous patenting that's been going on. It's killing our farmers, it's destroying the economy. It's giving Monsanto more kudos to continue aerial spraying above neighborhoods like yours. Islam is no longer an issue because, as I said, we're going to take the measures necessary to prevent encampments of people arming up. If you want to expurge the world of Islam, if that's your big primary goal, then you're starting a war that's been going on and already been fought many, many times over. It's a no-win situation. The Ottoman Empire fought the Judeo-Christian world for centuries. It went nowhere. We need to realize that we almost live in peace together and focus on the ingredients to a better world. But letting people come in willy-nilly into a country, refugees, is absolutely wrong. And that's why I've had a no refugee plan for over 3 years now that Donald Trump copied, unfortunately. And he bastardized it because I never targeted Muslims. I never targeted Mexicans. I was just talking about refugees of any kind. And it wasn't a personal issue. But Donald Trump turns everything into a personal issue and then he flip-flops. It is being brought to our front door, that's right, and by none other than a Muslim. A president that many of you Democrats voted for thinking that he wasn't a Muslim. When I've known for 7, 8 years now that Obama is not only a Muslim, he was born in Kenya. And I will prove that. Without any reasonable doubt. We've got experts in the field. We just got to bring them forth. People like Doug Vogt, who's got all the answers. Lay it out on the line. Lay the entire court case of fraud against Barack Obama out there and get good attorneys to prosecute. We can do this. We can reverse all the mistakes this bad president has made. But we're running out of time. If you still think that he's a Christian, then you're really kind of lost. He's already opened the door on a veritable immigration nightmare in this country. A shooting last week, a real shooting, not some fake Orlando shooting, false flag shooting, but two people really did die because a Somalian in Texas opened fire on him. It's going to help me to reverse every single thing he penned his name to. It'll buy me at least 6 weeks on Obamacare. I need every chance I can get to save this nation. And to overturn his presidency is the only way at this point. You guys made a terrible, terrible error putting a Muslim homosexual man in the presidency. Married to a transgender, no less. I mean, this is insane. Michelle will be charged with fraud, and he will have to present himself just like Bill Clinton did. When the Monica Lewinsky case came up, Bill Clinton had to take his pants down and show them his penis. Michael will have to do the same. This is not a wig, man. This is real. Real hair, yeah. It's called my hair. I'm just glad it grows, you know. It helps to have it growing. Yeah. Well, believe me, I'm not inattentive to the concerns you guys have, men and women have, about the creeping crud of Islamicism on the political structure of our country. I've already seen it happening in Common Core, and I'm very angry. I've met with people at various publishing companies like Pearson Publishing Company. The owners of Pearson Publishing Company, the largest Common Core curriculum producer in America, are Libyans, Muslim Libyans. Yeah, I'm serious. Calling Obama a homosexual Muslim is not libelous. I'm just telling the truth. He really is gay and he is a Muslim. He hasn't joined a church since he abdicated his faith with Reverend Wright. What does that tell you? I can back everything I can say up with fact. Absolutely. I never slept with any man in my life. Missing NASA scientist found dead. Wow. Another one bites the dust. Dang. I care. I care about the fact that you've been lied to by a homosexual Muslim who's taken your country into a rash of immigration problems. Yeah, I care. I'm running for president. I have to care. It's my job to care. If you don't care, then just blow it off. We've got a big problem with Obamacare. And while we hold Obamacare in abeyance, we're going to be fixing it with a public option. We've got a great public option. It'll be $60 a month, non-mandatory. You won't have to pay if you don't want to pay. But you'll get better services if you do pay. But you still have backup services with mobile medical units. If your problems are severe, you will be sent to hospitals, public hospitals, nonprofit hospitals, if you don't have our public option. But $60 a month per person will be our plan. And I anticipate 20 million original signups. 20 million signups will give us $12 billion to operate the system using public doctors and our nonprofit hospital system as we have it right now. Gary Johnson is not even a real contender. Everything about his entire plan is completely weak on issues like GMO, chemtrails, fluoride in our water. He wants a medical marijuana legalization, which is absurd. We would give all kinds of people problems like it has Washington. He's not a man with a cutting edge. Since I haven't had 1 second of media time in the mainstream media, it's kind of hard to pin him up against me, considering he's had countless hours of mainstream media attention. So it's unfair for you to even put him in the same category as I am. He's a shill. I'm the real deal. I'm not making libelous accusations. We're trying to erase Obamacare, the thing that you Democrats refuse to admit is a mistake. No, Gary Johnson won't even make it into the running. I will knock him out of the water. We're building a campaign bigger than Gary Johnson's. We're working on a brand new word-of-mouth campaign outside of this entire scope of the system. You got to understand, I've been censored for the past 7 years in the mainstream media. No attention whatsoever. I would make mincemeat out of Gary Johnson in a public debate. Universal health care is a mistake. Number one, the single-payer plan puts the burden of the healthcare system on employers and employees, which is already heavily strained. 7% from employees, 7% from... It's an absurd plan. I would never agree to that. We want a public option where people pay into it who want to be represented with a full dental and healthcare plan. The universal healthcare notion was never achieved by Barack Obama, as you know. He simply gouged you with 40% higher rates on Obamacare. That's the truth. Most people are paying 30 to 40% higher on all of their health care plans right now. Thanks, Endurance. It should be an independent debate hosted by somebody. I don't care who. But the reality is the health care plans that they put out have never really trimmed the rising cost of health care. Now, these are doctors and nurses and hospitals that are gouging you and your family when you walk in the door. And they're giving free care to illegal aliens. Our system is upside down. It's convoluted. It needs a lot of work, but the best solutions are bypass solutions. And we have that solution along with our mobile medical plan, which will bring in 200 units into our VA system In 2017, we will have 200 units distributed around the country, 10 in Los Angeles, 10 in Chicago, 10 in New York, the rest across the country. They will look similar to this mobile medical unit. And I'll be using the power of the presidency and the power over our existing VA system to make this happen. I will not need congressional approval on the mobile medical unit funding. I've already got it in the VA Super Fund. We're going to allocate that. We're going to build these units. We'll get them out there and help people who are veterans for free. And anyone who's not a veteran, we get a copay of $30 to be seen and get a full blood spectrum analysis included in that $30, which includes a diet plan. In the back of this unit will be a pharmacy, which will offer medical marijuana. Because I'm legalizing recreational marijuana, medical marijuana will be available to anybody who can afford it, and it'll help finance the operation of the mobile medical units. There'll also be generic medicine as well. In a Pillomatic system, in the same unit, we'll have a Pillomatic, which will be able to distribute heart blood pressure medication, anything that's commonly used in America to prevent diabetes and countless other maladies. So let's take a look at this story here. Police, missing NASA scientist found dead. Princess Anne, Maryland. Authorities say a NASA research scientist who worked at the Wallops flight facility has been found dead a day after her family reported her missing. Police said the body of 48-year-old Tiffany Moyson of Princess Anne was found Sunday in a wooded area behind a Food Lion store. Her family reported her missing Saturday to Maryland State Police. Her vehicle was found in the store's parking lot. Her body was sent to the office of the chief medical examiner in Baltimore. No apparent signs of foul play, but yeah. Another strange scientist dead. We've got a person who's studying oceans and phytoplankton. No doubt she was onto something really serious about Fukushima and the death of our phytoplankton. I'm going to assume that they killed her for that reason. That's just the most obvious possible reason. There won't be any scummy people in the mobile medical unit. You will actually get service. We will have a large tented unit. Yes, you will have to sit with some people who will be illegal aliens, but deal with it. It's just a reality. There will be a large tent over the outside perimeter. Kind of like a rain tent, fully covered. And then in the inside perimeter, you're going to see fences, not fences, but seating. Say 2 rows of seats, like that. An LED TV on the side of the 18-wheeler. Large LED TV will give you information as well as fun stuff to watch. It'll be on a ticket basis. You'll pull a ticket, take a seat. There'll be like 3 rows of seats in there, so I'm just showing you one. But this, along with a concession stand, we'll have nearby for refreshments. So if you want to buy things, you'll be able to buy things and money will go back into the mobile medical unit. We're looking for all kinds of ways of getting a return on investment. I have real ideas to save the country. Gary Johnson doesn't have a clue. We've already articulated these ideas so much and so well that we're being copied by Donald Trump. I've got 10 of my ideas out there being used by him. He's been using them for about 6 months now. We've had these ideas for 8 to 10 years. Smoke towers over Los Angeles skyline as fresh wildfires erupt in California. Yeah, that's to be expected with the terrible drought that's being geoengineered in California. All of this is avoidable if only you would vote for a third party, folks. By voting 2 parties, you are giving license to the use of chemtrails, GMOs in your diet, fluoride in your waters. Everything is being completely doused upon you because you can't get off the pot and vote for a third party. So I urge you to do that. I think if you are seeking a fight, you'll find one. But every single mobile medical unit will have a security guard with a gun at that location. Well, he's not falling because of my ideas. He's falling because he's drifted from my ideas. He actually believed that it was because he supported gun rights that he lost 14 points in the polls. Not because he's too hard on Muslims. He doesn't get that. His experts are not experts at all. They're very stupid people. I've got more brains than all of his experts put together. And I can tell you he is following a very bad pathway in this election. It's probably going to destroy his entire plan. to get elected. It's just driving votes to Hillary. Whereas I can definitely pull Tea Party votes and I can pull Bernie votes simultaneously. So all the Bernie supporters can come into my camp, all the Tea Party people can come into my camp, and we can work together to solve America's problems. We don't have to label it socialism. We actually have a plan we call hybrid capitalism, which is superior to socialism and offers solutions like water, food, prosperity, and a way to get the government a return on investment. Socialists don't have that plan. Yeah, I agree, Trump is a Democratic Trojan horse. It does seem that way. Yeah, I don't know, his experts, he hired a new team. He's hired like a Mad Men team. He's pissed. He couldn't understand why he dropped 14 points, and then he made the fatal decision of going against gun rights, which is hurting his base. And I appeal to all of the people that are supporters of Trump as well, because they like my ideas that Trump stole. It's that simple. So vote for me in the upcoming election. Write your vote in, because it's more important to write it in. If you're just picking a name, it could be mixed up by the Diebold voting system. Writing my name in will secure your vote. It's a big and important decision at this time. Our election process is completely hackable, and it's very dangerous. Without the write-in vote, you actually don't have a real choice, based on a lot of the election fraud that's gone unchecked by the FEC. Yeah, U.S. Supreme Court rejects challenges to state assault weapons bans. The U.S. Supreme Court decided not to hear challenges to assault weapons bans enacted in Connecticut and New York. Interesting. Well, the Congress is definitely pro-gun rights. They took out 4 amendments that were going to try to migrate into the House and the Senate, and they never made it to that. They stopped them, so that's good. I support gun rights, as you know, but bear in mind, I did start 8 years ago with the intent of reinstating the assault weapons bans. And it was through my show, really, and meeting a lot of people on the right here in the show over the past 8 years and in public, that convinced me that an assault weapons ban is absurd. Number one, we have a really good industry. It's the gun industry, and it's doing well. Number two, you can't tell whether a BB gun or a .22 rifle is an assault weapon. It's an arbitrary distinction. Number three, criminals can get these guns regardless, so why would we want to implement something that will not work? And I bring you this statistic, which is powerful. In Honduras, it has 8.2 million people. Switzerland has 8.2 million. They banned citizens from owning guns in Honduras, and their highest homicide rate in the entire world. Switzerland requires citizens to own guns, and it's the lowest homicide rate in the entire world. I mean, these are stats you can't just ignore. They're pretty powerful. Okay, before Trump, all we talked about was the ever-expanding police state. Now we talk about Trump. No, I talk about the police state all the time. Every single night I talk. Trump never talked about the police state. The fact of the matter is, Trump wants an expanded police state. He wants deportation forces. I mean, what kind of a person would want to put together deportation forces when we need to lower the presence of cops at this point in our society? We've got brutality going on all across the nation. Obama's not leading on this issue. He's not providing any clear vision for the police forces to change their behavior. Nothing. Nothing's racial at this point. If you think something's racial, it's simply to drive a wedge between our society. I did a blackface video and people call me a racist. But does that bother me? I'm moving forward. I've never said a racial slur in my life. I don't judge people by their look. And I certainly respect the freedom of speech guaranteed in our Constitution, which is why I brought it in here. It's why I keep it in plastic, too, to preserve it. Yeah, guests are coming in just a second. Trump is a trap. I agree. You know, when I saw that scumbag actor, Randy Quaid, who I was thinking clearly, sell out because he wanted to get the feds off his back and endorse Trump, I couldn't believe it. I'm just shocked that this person would just cave in like that. That's not what this country's made of. Americans stand up against tyranny. They don't cave in because they got a little pressure on their bank account. No problem. You're welcome. I don't know if any of you saw Randy Quaid endorse Trump, but it was disgusting. Pathetic. I do believe that we can profile criminals, absolutely. It's a process that criminologists are very good at. There's no question here that even has any bearing regarding delusional thinking. I talk about the issues. Casting a net out there and claiming that I'm some sort of a delusional person is absurd. I'm an average American with above average intelligence running for president. I used to like Randy until he completely sold out and sucked off the Trump you-know-what. Right, the Guccifer email list. Yeah. A dossier on Hillary Clinton from the DNC. This time, keep my word, and here's the docs I promised you. Okay. Yeah, the cheat sheets, the family members, yeah. That's interesting. Thanks. Yes, I do believe time travel will be possible, Skylar. I think the truth is nuclear physics has advanced to know that at least we can head back in time. They're having a little problem with the mathematics about traveling forward in time. But if we can go back in time, that means that somebody in the future can come back and see us. It's just a kind of a weird theory that it seems to play out. I mean, have you seen some of the conspiracy or the time travel videos that are out there? They're pretty interesting. A man wearing a t-shirt and sunglasses in the 1930s in a picture. A woman holding a cell phone. It's pretty amazing. In 1933, she's holding a cell phone. And these are authentic pictures. Let me show you one of them. Here she is. Look at this. Here we go. Watch this. She's walking along. Everything's going fine. And she's holding a cell phone. Look at that. Tell me that doesn't look real. Yeah. But what if I told you that was my mother? Now you're really going to freak out. I know, it looks just like her. I mean, if somebody said that's your mother, David, I would say you're right. Why would she be holding a coin purse right up against her head there? That's absurd. And talking to it. Come on. What do you mean BS? There weren't any tape recorders in 1938. Hello? Why would she have a dildo next to her head? That's not BS at all. That looks pretty legit. Yeah. So it's possible that somebody went back in time during those early times and from the current time that we're in. That's definitely a cell phone. Yeah. Thank you, Admiral. We've got the Rear Admiral in tonight. Good evening. Maybe a radio. And radios weren't made that small in 1938. They didn't have any. Radios in 1938 were this big. That was the smallest portable radio you could find. And if you were lucky, because in the 1930s, as early as 33, you're looking at RCAs. You know what a radio looked like in 1933? This is going to freak you out, just out of curiosity, but... Well, let's be clear. 1930, maybe in 30, even 28, yeah. This is a 28 version. The reason why I know is I have one of these. And they weigh like 200 pounds. That is an AM radio, and it stands about the size of a large console TV. From 1930. I actually have one of these things. And it works too. It's amazing. It's going in the White House. And it's something else, I'll tell you. So yeah, there's no way it could be a radio. Nice try though. She's holding a Nazi transmitter, a walkie-talkie. Wow, you're really going for it. It's a pretty cool antique. Yeah, nobody would give me any money for it. I had it on eBay for a long time, and I figured, well, you know, mine is unusual in that the legs were cut off, so I don't have the legs. So the antique people who are absolutely purists will not even look at it, even though it runs fine. I had a belt pack phone. I sold it to a collector. You had a brick phone, really? Well, there's no way a cell phone would work in the past. That's the whole point. How do you know she wasn't talking to a different time zone? I mean, we're all talking about how the Hadron Collider is working diligently to create an antimatter particle to split the atom or to accelerate beyond the speed of light. Well, let's be clear. I'll post the link. What, to the radio? Oh, sure. There you go. There's an old radio for you. Well, you know, I'm just saying that the nuclear physicists that have studied, or actually astrophysicists that have studied time travel, they believe it's theoretically possible. That's how we went down this sidetrack of a discussion. No, I'm not selling that radio for $50. What are you kidding me? Not only is it working, but I've got replacement vacuum tubes for it. I mean, I wouldn't think of selling. The vacuum tubes alone individually wouldn't sell for $50. You realize how rare that is? No, I'm not selling anything right now. I'm holding on to everything I have just because I want to put it in the White House. I'll give you $29.95. We have a person typing in from the year 2578. Well, why is it in the year 2525 when man is still alive? How come you're still alive? I mean, you're a test tube baby. I'm always selling myself, and I'm always closing. But nobody buys. I get no donations. I don't pitch donations because it's irrelevant. I need voters, not donations. I don't need money at this point. I need voters. I know. He stole $55 million from taxpayers and nobody's prosecuting. Guys, you're never going to get accountability from Bill and Hillary or from Donald. I'm telling you, a third party is the only pathway to accountability at this point. They won't listen to anybody unless we rock them to the socks. And they go, oh, we got problems. This third party guy seems to be growing continuously. I don't understand it. They're already saying that. The question is, do we have enough time to get a write-in candidacy going here? You can still get me on the ballot in any state, but you have to go to americasthirdparty.com and click on the old site button, and that takes you to the state section, which takes you to your state and your state laws. But it's almost impossible. I'm better off with a write-in campaign right now and going viral. I can't jump on the Donald train because Donald already stole 10 of my ideas. You don't understand. There's an integrity factor here. You can't vote for somebody who steals ideas. Your country will be completely bastardized. Our nation will be sold down the river. We need a good, solid person, not some schemy, capitalistic, corporate pig. That's a stretch. I don't know. That gun picture just it's a little bit sketchy. I'm sorry. That's not proof for me, Paul, but thanks. You're better off with a blood splatter that happened out of his head when John F. Kennedy had his head blown clean off. The Zapruder tape was altered by the FBI, and I can tell you that I believe this is true, but you may disagree. But Jackie went out on the back of the trunk in order to get his head. I'm not kidding. That's what she said. That's what she said openly and publicly. So the Zapruder tape probably got the head out of there, that picture. But the real telltale question is, why was there a bit of gunpowder mist outside of the head when it blew? If that was the case, then she may have done that fateful deed of holding a derringer under his head and blowing his head off. It's a horrible thought, but it is possible. I'm not ruling it out. I tried running for a House of Reps here in Washington, and I had 90% of my signs stolen. They are cheating. They're doing everything they can to stop me. We decided to run for the presidency because it was already obvious our country was locally corrupt to the hilt. Our area we live is little Bernie land, and they don't even know what they want. They're so lost. I was running against the jets being flown all over our house. We had Democrats that could have voted for me, but they didn't because they won't break ranks with their party, even though their leaders support the jets and all the noise and all the danger to the populated region that we live in. We have a good platform already. I would not get me, no, I've already got a good platform. Old Scratch, you don't understand what we're doing. We're not acting locally and thinking globally. We're acting globally and acting locally simultaneously. I've already tested the waters. I've shown you without a doubt that they cheat and steal in order to retain power in this region. 90% of my signs were stolen over about a 2-week period while we ran a campaign in this area. I had signs that were 6 feet long that were actually being ripped down by my competitors. Within a day of me putting them up there, and we painstakingly drew and created these beautiful signs, and they were ripped down and taken down. These people are willing to cheat in order to retain power. That is how corrupt our society is right now. So don't underestimate how deep the rabbit hole goes when it comes to corruption in the two-party system. Frankly, offshore banks are killing us financially. The situation in Puerto Rico and the Cayman Islands and all the investments in Luxembourg and the Netherlands, which is shielding us asset potential for America, will come back to home when we introduce the 10% flat tax. We have a 10% flat tax proposal on any income over $100,000, which means people will come in and invest up to $100,000 tax-free. It's going to be a huge boom for our economy. Don't tell me to calm down. Screw you! This is the kind of intensity I like. This is what makes this show good. My God, calm down. But no, this is really a plan to stop that. It was just to lure people in with a great tax rate. It'll help. You'll see a lot of investment capital coming back into America right away. I never quit running because somebody took down my signs. I ran all the way to the end of that election. I got 4,200 plus votes. But the corruption in my state of Washington is so deep and endemic that you could not extract the alcoholism from their meeting places. I'll bet every single gathering has about 50 bottles of vodka. These people are alcoholics running your country. You've got assholes running your country, corrupt pigs running your country, and you're sitting there going, well, maybe Hillary will do better. Oh. You got nothing. Well, Donald definitely is going to do something. Donald is a suck-up. How do you think he got bailed out of all his corporate bankruptcies? He's owned. That's why he met Henry Kissinger. Hello, Henry. How are you? Donald, sit down and bend over. Thank you. Hey, where is the music time? Yeah, let's get some Can't Stop in here because I really need to work out. Yeah, I ate a little too much tonight. I did like too many calories at lunch. 28 and 38 caught on a cell phone. Okay, I'll take a look, Paul. Are you saying she's threw the Derringer down to the base of the president's head? In frame 337, you're saying she drops the Derringer? A jacket, men typically don't last long in bed. They like to think they do, but they don't. It's always a myth to think that men are going to last hours like in some porno movie. But ironically, women would do better if they didn't have sex continuously all day long and all night long. Yeah. There's evidence that you can actually get friction burns on your body. That might be bad. All right, let's do this. I mean, you wouldn't want friction burns from having sex too much, would you? Not to mention endometriosis and all kinds of potential problems. My mother was a nurse. I learned a lot about that. But yeah, if you have a good half an hour sex session and it's great sex, I mean, why would either one of you complain? I mean, yes, you can stop, but not now, because we can't stop. We won't stop.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Can't stop, can't stop,
we can't stop, we can't stop, we
can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night till we won't. Can't stop. Let's get some dance partners in here. What do you say?
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Sponheim for president.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
So, we need to fear terror created by the CIA. That's the objective for Americans right now. Thanks, Jackson. Whoa, Jackson. So, fearing terror is what the primary objective is for the current media propaganda. And they got us all believing that crap, and I don't believe it. I believe we can do a lot better with what we've got. Thank you. Helping America, getting our country back is the key focus here. Yeah, somebody's getting hyper. Yeah. All right. All right, stop promoting Bagface here. Thank you. That's okay, Jackson. You're doing great. That was that awesome, really? Hey, 10-minute travelers, they may have been caught on tape. Let's take a look. Bob 2012 has some stuff for time travel. For some reason, this kind of got into it a little bit here.
For well over a century, the idea of time travel has been thoroughly debated and researched. While many people believe that it's not a possibility, there are also those who believe it's not only possible, but that people have actually done it. They tend to put forth certain pieces of evidence that help prove their theory. And today, we're going to be looking at some video clips that apparently show time travelers in the past or future. So here are 10 time travelers that may have been caught on tape. Number 1 is the unknown demonstration. This video was uploaded in 2012 and features a man showing us pictures he received from his uncle. The pictures are very strange because even though he received them in 2012, it shows pictures of a demonstration occurring in 2016. The rally seems to be protesting against some kind of time travel program and focuses on one specific politician. At first it was believed that he was going to be some kind of a presidential candidate, but we know now that that is not the case. And the year is of course currently 2016, so if this demonstration is going to happen, it's gotta happen soon.
Exactly. And that's exactly why we're pushing the Women for Truth plan right now here on our show. Okay, everybody. Yeah, that's right. We're proving time travel is happening. It turns out I am the guy in the picture. That's right. Yeah. It gets better? Oh, okay, sorry.
Number 2 is the boxing fan. In the 1995 boxing match between Mike Tyson and Peter McNeely, an audience member can be seen holding a very strange looking device. It appears that this man is recording the match with a smartphone. Obviously smartphones didn't exist in 1995, and camera phones weren't even introduced until 2000. The video was uploaded to YouTube and it blew up, getting around 5 million views. A lot of people claimed it was a 1995 Casio camera, but people have responded to this by stating that the colors aren't 100% similar, and also asking the question, why would he record vertically? But to be honest, why does anyone record vertically? Number 3 is Faster Than the Wind. This event took place in Uruguay at a football match that was being broadcasted live. When it goes to a long shot of the crowd and the field, a person in the crowd can be seen running at an incredibly fast rate. A lot of people have speculated that this is fake, and even if it was real, people have stated that this would not constitute as traveling through time. However, the person running is seemingly running through actual people, and certain believers of time travel have stated that this is actually what would happen if someone were to travel through time. Number 4 is the Chaplin Time Traveler. In Charlie Chaplin's 1928 movie, The Circus, there is a very interesting scene that went on to catch the attention of millions of viewers. This is because in one scene, a woman walks by and appears to be holding a cell phone. She's using the same mannerisms that someone on a phone would use, and she also appears to be talking into it. Now obviously cell phones didn't exist in the 1920s, and they wouldn't be invented for would use, and she also
I think she was just going, by cracky, I got a hearing aid going on, I can't hear it. Yeah, crazy night. Yeah, crazy.
appears to be talking into it.
No, I got a bad toothache, honey.
Now obviously cell phones didn't exist in the 1920s, and they wouldn't be invented for almost 50 years after this film was made. So many people took it as a sign that it was a time traveler from the future trying to send us a message. To be honest, if that's true, the time traveler's pretty clever. I mean, they would obviously have knowledge that Chaplin would go on to be one of the most iconic filmmakers in history. So walking into one of his shots with a modern piece of technology is a pretty clever way of telling people that time travel is possible. Again, not
great sign, yeah. On a personal note, I met a person, a very strange person in my area. Yeah, I met a very strange person in my area who was developing everything from a levitation device. I'm having a great night, thanks. He was developing a levitation device. He was developing an ion generator that he proposed to Boeing, and Boeing took the plans for. And he was a strange character, and he told me that he had met 2 women when he was 17 years old that were hovering above him, and that they had actually been fully naked. They were totally naked, hovering above him, above the ground, and they were telling him that he was the father of interstellar space travel. And I thought to myself, is this guy psychotic, or is he making the story up? And he said it was like, honest truth, man, this is what happened to me, man. Yeah, and I was going, okay. And I still look back on that time period. I have a photograph of him. He's no longer alive now. But it is rather strange when you hear somebody talking about it in a matter-of-fact way. I don't know if you've ever seen anybody who did that. Yeah, by the way, he was drunk when he did see the time traveler women. He admitted that. But he was a young recruit in the Navy, and he was getting out and drunk that night. But the bottom line is he did create a time travel device with specs and blueprints all of which cannot be read by any scientist. I happen to have those blueprints, but it's highly unlikely that I'm going to be able to pass those blueprints on to someone who could develop a time-traveling device, or possibly something that'll break the time-space continuum envelope. But I mean, wouldn't that be ironic if it was a great design and it really did create interstellar space travel, making it a lot easier for people, and they really were time travel? I mean, that's just the most fantastic thought ever. Well, I didn't believe anything he said. I just disbelieved him. And he showed me, he said that he was chipped. He was chipped at a young age by some sort of an alien being. And I'm going, really? Really? Okay. And then he says, yeah, honest, check it out. And he held up his arm, and sure enough, inside of his arm was a square chip. I said, have you ever x-rayed it? And he said, no, if I do that, they'll know. They'll come get me. I was like, okay. I don't know, man. All I can tell you is and even Sarah saw the chip in his arm. But you meet people like this in this world, and you don't know, I mean, what they're all about. You'll meet a few people in your life at Denny's at 3 a.m. over coffee, and you'll find out that there are people out there to develop perpetual motion devices and all kinds of things. But the fact is, a lot of science has been suppressed. Now, I'm not saying tachyon generators or anything as bizarre as time travel devices have ever been suppressed, but ways to save money on your gas. The truth is, folks, there are over 500 energy-saving devices that have been suppressed. Their patents have been bought up. It's kind of scary. Yeah. Maybe he was very aware, Scientologist Dan, yeah. He was in tune with a lot of things. He said he had been visited a lot on Whidbey Island with all kinds of alien encounters over his house. And I read in the newspaper about a year and a half ago, there was an alien space encounter, a UFO encounter, over our island here. That was in the newspaper. Oh, no, I'm not making any of this up. This is true. But the theory that, you're going to meet somebody who's created a solution to the world's problems and been suppressed is entirely possible. I was at the Americans Elect event in San Francisco. Americans Elect was a big, huge event in 2012 to get a new presidential candidate on board. And I met another presidential candidate named J.L. Mueller, who is currently running for governor in Arizona, I believe. And J.L. Mueller has a site. He also has a really amazing story, which baffles me. He was developing a truck. He used an F-250 platform, Ford 250 platform, and he was able to turn a truck into a vehicle that gets 75 miles per gallon. And I met him. He said that his entire life had been upturned by GMAC and General Motors. They had destroyed his life. And I couldn't believe it. It was like bizarre. His story got more and more intense the more he told me. And I sat and listened to him for about 3 hours one night after an event. And yeah, the government is holding back their best technology in case of wars to happen between Russia and the U.S. or China. I wouldn't doubt that, yeah. This is an article that I have in my collection. Automotive location, energy systems, superconductors. And this is amazing. The more radical concept of this works. This article goes on and on about all the different things that have been developed. Carburetors, the Basel carburetor, Kendig carburetor, the Dressler, the water-to-gas conversion powder, the burn water. They mix gas and water. They get more fuel because water has oxygen, hydrogen it can burn. They can get a lot more gas mileage. We could obviously get up to 200 miles per gallon. Super mileage additives, LACO gas, highway aircraft car, ultrasonic fuel systems, super mileage from fuel vaporization, the Alexander fuelless car system, water to hydrogen fuel. You notice how I'm not even making a dent in this article? Well, yeah, you could get 200 miles per gallon. Well, I'm going to stop clicking. Thank you. But if you just go all the way down to the article, it would be immense. There's over 500 different inventions that have been suppressed, bought up, patents have been shut down. People died. So when he told me that he felt that General Motors had destroyed his life, they bought up his mortgage. He had a mortgage on his house and he totally paid it off. Or rather, he was making his payments, I should say, every single month, but he didn't pay off the mortgage. And they bought up the mortgage and they evicted him on a little known clause that if your house is below market value, they can evict you from your house, even if you paid all your payments on your mortgage. Kind of wild. And I just listened to this guy. He told me all about the hardships he'd endured trying to build his business. And at one point, he could have created 1,000 employees. And they shut him down. They didn't want a truck that got 75 miles per gallon. Salty Dog, you haven't been doing enough to really get banned here. Yeah. Oh, in 2008, The Gas Hole. Okay, documentary. I'll check it out. Thanks. The history of oil prices and the future of alternative fuels. So the whole idea of cheaper gas is being suppressed. The idea of getting better gas mileage is being suppressed. And it has been for over 100 years now. I see it before, yes. I will free up the technology. What we want to do, Guest 1518, is to actually make it, Congress needs to get behind this, but we need to make it so that any company that patents a device cannot pull the patent from licensing. Whenever you get a patent, you have to make it available at a fair price for licensing. That would be a huge improvement. A lot of times companies will buy up patents. You know, the nickel metal hydride battery truly was one of the best batteries ever made. It was made by the Ovinskys, a couple of amazing physicists that worked to create not only that, but amorphous solar panels and other things. Well, they're no longer living, but their nickel metal hydride battery got bought up by none other than Exxon. And they're not making a lot of them. It's like they don't want really good batteries. They want to sell gas. Okay, then you stay here. You can stay in the room. Thank you, Salty. Okay, Jules says, Orlando, Sandy Hook, Boston bombing, all hoax, false flags, each designed to enslave you. How does it make you feel, sheep? How does it make you feel knowing your leaders are satanic criminals? It sucks. Jewel, we're not out to, disagree with you here. It really sucks. I am not an android. What makes you think I am an android? I speak normal, like human beings. Correction. We never had to bully China. China is building an area outside of the South China Sea in order to preserve their interest in gold, I believe. I believe that there's gold still buried in them Thar hills of the Philippines. And I believe China knows that. I really do. Where is the gold from the World War II? Does anybody even ask that? Well, it's missing. A lot of it's missing, especially the gold that Japan acquired from China and buried in the Philippine Islands. Anyway, I'm sure there's a strategic advantage of having a base out there in the ocean. I don't see it as a major conflict. And you just really wish you were dead before the crap hits the fan, just saying. Pretty honest stuff here on Truth Tuesday coming out of people like Guest 817. Have you noticed that lithium-ion batteries don't hold their charge? You notice your cell phones have to be plugged in all the time? Case in point, bad battery technology. Had they used nickel metal hydrides, those things would have lasted 3 or 4 days, and it would have lasted forever. But lithium ions are going to break down, they overheat, they corrode. Bad battery technology. But that's what sells. They want to create built-in obsolescence. All right, I think we dispelled any question about whether I am an android or not. I have proven to you beyond any reasonable doubt that I am clearly human. That's right, built-in obsolescence. You spelled it right, too. Well, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Don't forget that. I've already said we've got to quantitatively ease people. Did you not get the memo earlier where you get $400 per person, per adult U.S. citizen in America? Yeah, that's the memo. $400 per person. That's what we're working on. Combined income of $800 for a male and female, or a male and male, or two trannies could collect $400. You can do whatever you want at Alice's restaurant. Okie doke. Oh, whoa. All right, so let's ask the big question. Did you see the orbs in and around the chemtrails? Yeah. How could you miss those orbs? Yep. I can't pass under. I can do anything you want to do. All right, let's take a look here. Multiple UFOs buzzing a chemtrail jet. Look at this. What do you mean there's no such thing as chemtrails? They're dumping them on your head every day. Look at that. That's it. Zooming in. No such thing as chemtrails. What are you, brain dead? You've been breathing too many chemtrails. That's how stupid you are. I know. Photos of orbs and chemtrails. Yep. There are orbs being used. It's called orbic transport. And it was developed by Rocketdyne Technology. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm releasing top secret information. Sorry. Interruption. Okie doke. Okie doke. Okie doke. Okay, so we've got a couple of real idiots in the room tonight. Somebody who doesn't believe in chemtrails is in here. Apparently, they never really got the memo about chemtrails and their danger. Danger. But we've got chemis in the air we can give you tonight, later in the show. A lot of you are worried about that. We can give you as much chemical evidence of chemtrails as possible. But it won't be the whole show, and nothing but the show. We are looking at a potential bigger problem than chemtrails. As much as they are a problem, I'm also concerned about the violation of our rights and our freedoms by the NSA. I believe I do have the temperament to be a leader. I notice that my demeanor gets calmer the more stressed out I get. I believe that the Panama Papers are a complete concoction by the powerful elitists to peg and blame certain people that they find to be enemies of their New World Order plan. The Panama Papers appear to be a completely redacted, filtered release, which shows malintent and could very well be indicative of a plan to get rid of good people, not bad people, from government. I don't insult my viewers on a regular basis, only the ones that are morons like you. Never been dangerous or a lunatic. Always been a good person, always committed to nonviolence. Yeah, some people do need to be insulted. There you go again. There you go again. Now, it sounded like Ross Perot. Now, there you go again. Well, let's be clear. Well, that's actually Barack Obama and Ross Perot. Now there you go again. Ross Perot doesn't even hold a candle to me. Number one, I have twice the size beep beep that he has. And number two, the man obviously is a rich pig. I'm not. I'm a good person, good average person. I cannot go 5 minutes without calling you an idiot or a moron. So I'm going to go ahead and purge you.
But David could take a 5-minute break and then he could.
Yeah, so okay. I'll take a 5-minute break from just calling this person a moron. Thank you.
If he takes a 5-minute break, then he won't be calling anybody anything.
Wow. You what are you, a psychologist? You think you know about insanity? You're the one who's insane, buddy. I'm just going to get a little cup of coffee or something. I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good.
You just had a chef salad and smoked salmon. Yummy. Scissor Fight's eating the right kind of food.
That's good.
That's good.
Very good.
No, Leroy, I would never... All things considered, they attack me in the press again and steal my signs again. All things considered, I'm not wasting my time on a local race in a corrupt country. I need to fix this country from the top down as president. I'm not going to do any good locally. These people are alcoholics locally.
You can stop spamming now, Jackson. I said hi to you. Oh. You want to know about technology? You can go study Python at Open Courseware through MIT. I haven't really thought much about him. He seems to not like David very much, Antique. Oh, I'm not an android. I don't believe. Alright. Can you have a cup of coffee too? Sure, you can go take a break and make your own cup of coffee. Alright, no problem. Thanks, David, for providing his... Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. She travels all over to Air Force bases. Wow. Yeah. Let's start again. That's what I say. Let's begin again. And all the guests can go somewhere else, which will be fine. No worries, Leroy. We're starting again. It's all good. everything's really positive. It's, as David says, Truth Tuesday. The truth is, some people don't like me very much. Oh well. I don't mind. I like myself, and I like most people. For the majority of people I like, I get along with most people. All the guests are trolls because they're not going to troll under a name, because their name, they have to get an email address, and then it gets banned, and then it's very difficult to do. It just takes up too much of their time. So if they're going to be a troll, they're going to be a guest. But that does not mean that all guests are trolls. Some guests are not trolls. I tend to like taller men, Walgreens. I've tried to think about shorter men, but I don't know. I just like someone that's my height or a little bit taller would be good. Yeah, it's like, have you heard that song, MJS? My mama don't like you and she likes everyone. It's kind of like if Sarah don't like you and she likes everyone. And then it's like, and then my message to the guests is from that song, because it's like something about maybe you should go and love yourself. It's very important for everyone to go love themselves. And then I saw in this movie, when you love yourself, it's the beginning of a lifelong romance. Oh, I know. It takes like 4 seconds exactly, Jacket Pockets, so they can all get in the room. Hi, Bob. How are you? David is 6'4". Amazingly. You're 6'3". Nice. You humans around the world, we need to find these replicants. It would imply, if there were replicants, it would imply that there was a human that they were replicating, or they were being at least modeled after. But you love yourself at least 3 to 4 times a day. Do you find that if you love yourself more often, that it's just like perpetuates it? Like if you love yourself like once a week, oh well, but then if you like, the more you love yourself, the more you love yourself? I don't know. One of those things. Thank you, Planet X. Yes. I'm smiling. I'm happy. It's great. Thanks, Bob. Smart replicants. Alright. I was just going to check on what's going on in the world. Well, let's see. The two parties are talking about themselves. America's third party is trying to promote ourselves on live on an online chat show. Let's see what else is going on in the world. There's mass gun shooting, which leads to more people buying guns on one hand, because mainly not because there was a mass gun shooting, but because they're afraid that then the government's going to try to ban guns, so then that leads to increased gun sales. Kind of crazy how it goes. Oh, I haven't, Sam, actually. I was busy and I did not check it. But, as I was telling you last night, Sam, you can always call into the show when David's live and you can ask him questions then. So basically record the video or audio, I should say. No. Did you send it to the correct email address? Because I've got something from Dogbone and I did not get anything from you at all. That would be good. America's third party at gmail.com. And yeah, we can absolutely simulcast. That would be fine. I like to simulcast. That's why I'm on 1, 2, 3 sites. I prefer to be on 4, but well, it's funny though I say that because I don't check the chat on the other sites. Hey Rays, how are you? Yes, safe to human questions. Well, heavy duty for a woman, that's not an actual, there is a correct way. Oh, okay. All right, sounds good, Sam. And basically the answer is exactly. You got it. Just don't contaminate anything. That's all good. Oh, they broke the mold when they made me. I'm one of a kind. Hello, Beekman. How are you? I'm doing really good. It's nice to see you. Ah, thank you, Truffle Butter. Lots of information. Ah, very good. You're doing swell. That's good to hear. Hello. Heavy duty. Hello. Alright, I should close out of this, otherwise... Oh. Alright. I'll save this for David for later. Little message I was just reading in my email. It's not always working though, Salty Dog. Oh, you do not support any party. Thank you for your information. You're trying to find the candidate, the individual to support? Is that what you're working on? I think Beekman always reminded me of, isn't there a Muppet named Beekman? That's a good thing, Truffle Butter. I like that. Don't mix alcohol with drugs like Valium. Heavy duty, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, not a good idea.
Do I dance with David during cha time? I'm sorry, David, I haven't danced with you.
That's okay.
I just don't want someone taking my dance videos, I guess, and putting them online, even though someone will probably do that. That would be Beaker. Thank you, Beekman. Beaker was... I always liked Beaker because, like, he's a scientist. And I liked scientists a lot. So... Well, I have to learn Python before I can update him, Salty Dog, so... Back to school for me. Oh, that's cool. China creates the world's fastest computer without relying on U.S. hardware for the first time. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Raze. You don't have to agree with everything he says, just like I don't agree with everything he says. Ooh. Coke and alcohol? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. And mathematicians, Freps. I have a thing for mathematicians and scientists. Technologists? Yeah, I have a thing for that. It's just one of those things. Thanks, Substar. Where's the other hot lady? I thought you were the other hot lady, Substar. Well, what do you want him to tune down? He kind of feels like he's representing the people that aren't represented. Let me check this out. A Chinese supercomputer has been named the world's fastest computer for the 7th year in a row, but unlike previous winners, this year's champion uses only Chinese-designed processors. representing a decline of U.S. dominance in the field. Sunway Tahulite at the National Computing Center in Wuxi was developed by China's National Research Center of Parallel Computer Engineering and Technology. Shenhui processors. Wow. It's capable of 93 petaflops, or quadrillion calculations per second. 93 quadrillion calculations per second. I like math. I never totally took calculus, so I have to brush up on that. But everything up to pre-calculus I like, and I like the idea of calculus, and I like some calculus. So, smart meters cause homeowners headaches, stress, and even seizures. All right, EMFsafetynetwork.org. Oh, I guess I'll open that too. Oh, Salty Dog, you just keep spewing your nonsense. I guess smart people do like math. You know what? I was struggling in math a little bit in 4th grade, but somebody just took me aside and pulled out some math manipulatives, like counters or something like that, and they're like, look, multiplication. It's 3 times 5 means 3 groups of 5, and they showed me like the groups. I was like, oh. And then ever since then, I didn't need manipulatives. Of course, I will say when I was learning fractions, my mom totally helped me with fractions because I had a lot of people in my family. I had a kind of an odd number of people in my family. And so, so we would make a cake. And my mom would say, okay, now we have to cut it into 9 pieces. How do you do that so that each person gets a fair share? And so that kind of taught me fractions. That you should definitely bake cakes with your kids to teach them fractions. Good idea. All right. Very good idea. Yes, I ate bacon this morning. I haven't had bacon. No, actually, I didn't. It was last night. I ate bacon within the last 24 hours. No, not tonight, truffle butter. We went out for a pretty cheap meal. So, David did not do it tonight. Do you watch Game of Thrones? No, I do not watch Game of Thrones. I only, it's not on Netflix, so I don't watch it. If you're strong in English and slow in math, what does that make you? A linguist. I want to say a laboraphile. Left-brained. It's someone who likes math, English. That's good. I always felt like I needed to partner with a teacher that was strong in English and not as strong in math, so they could teach the English and I could teach the math. But that's okay. I can teach both. You've just finished listening to all of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Was that really good? What would happen if the Earth were twice as big? Would it be in a different orbit? Was it awesome then, Monkey Times? Did you enjoy it? The Tahulite will be introduced at the International Supercomputer and Computing Conference in Frankfurt, Germany today, Tuesday. Yeah, we would weigh a lot more. That's true if Earth was twice as big. Wow, nice. I don't know what you look like, so I'm going to say no on that one, Salty. And then I'm going to say yes on the second question you asked me. Yeah, according to certain people, they think we have too many people. Maybe if they think that we have too many people, maybe they should do us a favor and eliminate themselves. No, I'm just kidding. Just don't have children if you're one of those people that think we have too many people. There you go. Do your part. Your daughter wants to be a nurse. She's strong in ROTC and has a so-so B average for all other subjects. A B average is actually fine. One thing with nursing is she definitely needs to be strong in math. Only to make sure that she gets those medications mixed correctly if she has to do that. Oh, and you can't hurt humans either, right, Salty Dog? Your iPhone headphones can do amazing things. I'll check that out. Alright, go recharge, Salty Dog. That sounds good. Do you recharge with a salty dog? Like a hot dog? I probably need some. If you're on one call and get interrupted with another, just click the center button on your headphones to hold the call you're on and answer the second. That's pretty cool. If you're jamming to a tune and want to go to the next song, double tap the center button to skip the track. Control song and video play. Tap on the center button to pause, play, or resume a song you're listening to, or a video you're watching. And Siri, press down on or hold the center button on your headphones to activate Siri. That's cool. While you have your camera app open, tap either one of the volume controls to take a quick photo. If you want to fast forward through a song, double click and hold the center button. And you can rewind, answer a call. You can hang up the call. That's pretty cool. And you can repeat songs. Maybe I should get some Apple headphones. Don't self-replicate. Don't self-deprecate. And don't never mind. But you've got to love yourself. Oh, that's okay. If she's strong in math and pre-calculus, that's, math, but she struggles in geometry and pre-calculus. Pre-calculus is a little bit, would help. And she's in if she's in all honors classes and she's struggling a bit, that's not so bad. Geometry. Maybe that's why I like math, because I like geometry. Basic algebra. Okay, basic algebra and formulas, you're probably right, Leroy. F plus P times A. My sister was talking to me yesterday and she said, oh, that's cool. She said, hey, Sarah, did you remember when you were helping me with math and I was trying to solve some word problem? And I said, oh, that's easy. The answer is X. Because something times X. And she's like, but it, and she's doing a math problem and she's like, but X is not a number. And anyway, I like math. I like teaching kids algebra too. No, No need for calculus to be a nurse. Oh, human biology. Then she'll find out if she really wants to be a nurse. Yeah, it's true. It's just trying to teach them more manipulatives, I guess.
How about that strange weather in California? 111 in L.A.?
Elon Musk's brother is launching a restaurant where the food is under $5.
Great. That's wonderful. Wow, this is exciting.
Kimball
Musk, his brother. A budget-oriented restaurant. That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that.
Fast, healthy, and affordable.
Hey, that's great. Yeah, different style brother there.
The kitchenette will serve mostly grab-and-go meals
Hi.
like sandwiches, soups, and salads for less than $5. It's opening in Memphis.
He's going to be working his butt off. You know, his restaurants take 18-hour days. It really is a huge endeavor. I don't want to do it. And I hate to see people throw away food. It makes me sick.
Most of the food on the menu will be under $5. Not all of the food served there will be aggressively priced.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. Mini presents, apparent transparent concept car meant to share. Mini presents transparent concept car meant to share. I'm not angry, I just don't know who you are, Beekman. I can't figure you out. $5, that's ridiculous. That's great. What do you mean ridiculous? That's the way food should be priced out. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mini also released an equally stunning and innovative concept. In celebration of BMW's centennial, Mini released the vision that they see for their future. A vision where every Mini belongs to you. Ready to be driven at moment's notice with a fully transparent front and an equally slick design. Check out a little bit more of the Mini thinks you will driving around in the city below. Yeah. What Mini thinks, yeah, whatever.
Video. So they're going to make every Mini a collectively shared vehicle. So basically, you're not going to have your own car. You can just go and hop in any Mini.
Yeah, kind of like a shared car.
Kind of like
program.
what's that movie with?
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Yeah.
Minority
exactly.
Report. They have a shared car system in our area in Seattle, and everyone knows the Uber car is taking off in the Middle East. Women are not allowed to drive in certain areas like Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so they get around with Uber.
Uber is making big bucks, and they're talking about investing a lot of money into a programmable car that can go anywhere on its own. Good. I'm glad that there was they stopped that. That's good. We wouldn't want anyone to be assassinated. Yeah, that would be really bad if somebody tried to assassinate somebody, so good they stopped that person. This is green eyes like my green eyes. I've got green eyes like that. You did see a Google car that was driving itself in Ocala. Really? How many Google cars are there out there? You would drive a Uber boat in Brazil? Oh, you drive that. Okay. David, lawyers for the guesties have contacted me. They want free speech. Okay. Guesties will get you back into the show in just a second. Somebody's asking this artificial android, do you want to destroy animals? Oh, humans. Okay, I will destroy humans. That's hilarious. Not. That is scary and hilarious. And weird. Hello. I will destroy humans. Not. Yeah, I'm freaked out by that.
Yeah, me too, a little bit.
Let me copy it.
I love these
Thank you.
aqua dams.
Truffle butter.
Remember we were talking about aqua dams a few years ago?
Yeah, we need to reclaim a lot of the water that floats away. You know, when the rainstorms occur, water can be saved. In certain areas like the desert, it's really important. But
Well, no, I was talking about these. They're basically instead of shoveling, instead of filling up sandbags to try
Yes.
to prevent a thing from going into your home,
oh yeah,
you do the aqua dam.
aqua dams are good. Yeah,
They're
I
pretty
remember that.
cool.
Yeah. Where to put this? Gosh,
I don't. Oh, you're gonna say that? It's freaky.
I like it. I'll tell you why I like it. It is indicative of,
Put it in freaky.
yeah, freaky.
Weird. No, I don't know.
It's just indicative of the takeover of our society by robots. We'll call it robotico. Robotico. Yeah, everybody loves truffle butter, truffle butter. David Lawyers for the guesties. So we'll let the guesties in now? Okay, thanks.
Okay, Sarah will leave now. Okay, thanks. No, I'll stay for 8 minutes.
Well, whatever. You can stay for 2 minutes. I don't care.
Okay.
There's a new condom out. Oh, well, this is exciting. Condom just got re-engineered, folks. Wow. With a new receptacle end. Natural condom, Lalo-Hex condom. Even a toothpick cannot possibly penetrate it.
Oh, that's smart.
It's a subject that most people don't want to talk about, but one is probably due for some re-engineering. Ever since their invention, condoms have introducing Lalo-Hex condoms.
Wow, look at all the. Discomforts, slippage, and breakage. They should set out to fix those. Hexagon is or octagon. Are they octagons? They're octagons.
Wow. Truly flexible.
No.
Feel the
They're
love.
hexagons.
Condoms re-engineered. Well, isn't that special? Well, thanks for sharing. I like your shows too. I like we like what we're seeing in your house right now through the two-way cameras. Thank you.
Oh, 984. I don't want to look it up. Now that you say that, I can just imagine what it means. Great. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I've been liking my shows. You know, they do have the technology. It's true that they can install cameras in your monitors. So if you're wondering if people are watching you through your monitor, it's possible. It's true. But I'm not watching you in your monitor. In fact, I can barely watch anything right now. Yeah. Too much. TMI. I believe that we're suffering from future shock as a society. And many of us are self-medicating and also probably taking big pharma medications that are interacting with our brain power. Not to mention the countless other factors involved. Yes, Gateway to Underworld could be something worse. Right. As in hell? I can't see you, Monkey Times, no. But I would appreciate it if you took that red curtain and moved it over to the side a little bit. I want to look out your window.
What are you talking about? He was.
It's a joke.
I was like, what?
I'm not really watching his show through his house. Gold,
I
one.
know.
1260.
400, thank you. What? Gold, sorry. Silver is
Gold is up to 1267. Silver 17.25. And Dow Jones 17,829. Going up. Dow Jones going up. What a joke. I mean, the whole entire stock market is no longer tethered to our economy. We're completely unhinged. Religion is a good form of fear mongering. Yeah, absolutely. The gold is not even getting started. It's, what do you mean? Too damn high to invest. Yeah, I see your point. Well, if you don't realize now, but your computer is slowly getting old. We have gone through how many computers since we started? About 8?
Too many.
We can't even count them. I mean, when we started picking up computers back in 1985, I bought my first computer. That was way back when. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're about 10 computers into this.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
10 computers into this. Thank you, Sarah.
I'm gonna.
Thanks for coming in. You've been a great help and support tonight. Every show is a nonstop virtual chat experience with Sarah and I.
That's true.
Well, if you built yours to be upgradable as the years go on, you're forgetting that bus speeds are increasing and your motherboards are becoming more compact and more efficient. Your RAM is getting less energy use. But yeah, if you can do that, if you can upgrade, we can get as much as 196 gigabytes of RAM here, I think, on this computer. We've only got 24 gigabytes of RAM. Sarah was great. Yeah, she really has a wonderful way about her. Yes, well, the motherboard oftentimes heats up and breaks. I've noticed on most computers they break down. I've gone through 3 or 4 motherboard crises where you get the blue screen of death. It's over. And then it won't start. Can't do anything to revive it. Technology, the truth is technology is screaming ahead of our government. In the recent case where the FBI charged the Apple computer with this forcing them to get rid of their encryption, which was absurd because anyone could tell them that the FBI can crack any mobile phone, but they hadn't even really figured that out until that court case in which they dropped it. And Apple could keep their encryption, which they make a big part of their selling point. And I think that's where their R&D goes into. But FBI was mindlessly asking them to reveal their encryption codes. And then Donald Trump asked people to boycott Apple because they wouldn't release their encryption codes, protecting your privacy. It shows you how out of it Donald Trump is. And no one seems to realize Rule 41 is coming. It's a major deal. We have a website that talks about Rule 41 here. This guy came in from the EFF Foundation. And he talked about how he wants to really make people aware that they're going to try to make it so that the government can crack into any one of your computers. And he's coming up with the Reject the Rule 41 proposal, which Rule 41 will just automatically go into effect, giving the government unlimited power to crack into your computers and get whatever they want out of it without even permission. So yeah, that's an interesting link. We got that this past week. Stop the changes to Rule 41. If you don't know about it, these people are defending your rights in the digital world. Well, you may think they do already, but it's a slippery slope. You're allowing them to by not taking a stand. By not being political, you're allowing the criminal acts of corrupt people to dominate your personal life. And they'll continue to step all over you because they really don't care about you. And unless you assert your rights politically and do something like get involved in a third party and to build this third party, we're basically not going to accomplish anything. So if you ever wondered what really happened in your life and you look back and go, nothing, it's because you didn't do anything. You see, people who are successful in life actually do things. If you want to be successful, you actually have to do something. If you want to sit back and wait till they chip you, then that's your choice. You've made your choice. You made your bed. You have to lay in it. Why don't you just pre-zip tie your hands and wait for them to just come and take you away? I mean, why? It's just absurd. Philadelphia, U.S. Rep. Fatah. Representative Fatah convicted of all charges in a corruption case. It's a serious corruption in Philadelphia. I'm getting a lot of people tell me Philadelphia's got some pretty bad politicians. That's what I keep hearing, yeah. He's just been found guilty on all charges in federal corruption case. For nearly 11 months, the Philadelphia congressman has insisted he's innocent of corruption charges and predicted his exoneration, but the jury had a different take. After a month-long trial, it found Fata guilty of fraud, bribery, and conspiracy, crimes which could land him in a substantial prison term. Yeah, okay. In short, Shaka Fata betrayed the public trust and undermined our faith in government. 28-count indictment. He orchestrated the theft of $600,000 in charitable and federal grant funds to repay an illegal campaign loan. Wow, okay, there you go. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Well, they have these token prosecutions against corrupt people, make it seem like the government's trying to do something right, when they're probably all doing the same thing. Okay. I feel totally betrayed. The recent revelations that our nation has been lying to its people without giving it solid evidence of various attacks, shootings, bombings, all of this stuff. Without a stream of solid evidence, we're just riding on some sort of a fringe amount of information. I don't need a job. I did my job already. I don't want a job. I'm fine just as I am. I really enjoy life, and retiring at 50 has been the best thing I ever did. What are my qualifications to be president? Well, I put up with you the past 3 years, Willie. And that's got to be qualification in and of itself. I don't think guns should be given to people. Yeah, Beekman says, wow, I put up with you too, Beekman. That's my qualification. What are your qualifications to be president? Well, I'm 35 or older. I've been living in the United States for over 14 years consecutively. Actually, my whole life. I am not a foreign national. I'm a real bona fide natural born citizen. And I have great ideas for the country. I'm not angry at you, Beekman. I feel sad. I pity you, actually, Beekman. I pity you. Of course, I will always obey God's commandments. Thank you. Well, I feel like you're in the wrong room. You really need to go find a place where people who don't have any awareness can hang out. Yeah, I think everyone says that you're a moron. Cy Breed says you're a moron. You know, I'm not really here to talk about EBT cards. I am a person who believes in God. And I've always followed the Ten Commandments. I've never strayed. If I were to meet a married woman, I wouldn't have sex with her. I wouldn't have sex with any woman other than Sarah, if indeed we have sex, which is, some sort of a question mark. Do you or do you not know that we've had sex? I don't like to talk about stuff like that. I don't believe in EBT cards. I believe that we can replace EBT cards with $400 per month per U.S. citizen solutions. We've been talking about the $400 a month. We can go into depth on that tonight. How do you want your cash? In credit card form or...
Than practically anybody. I love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody. I love debt.
Well, how do you want your cash, Donald? But this is our concept, the $400 per month per U.S. adults. It used to be we wanted to give people microloans, but I didn't get as much excitement out of the microloans as I did. And we can still look at that idea, but now I'm beginning to believe that everybody just needs some cash. It would make Christmas a lot better for all the retail businesses to know that everybody got $400 per month. Yeah, I know a lot of you people that might even save your pennies and save every dollar, and you'll have lots of money someday when you get to be old. Yeah. So please vote for me. I want to give you free money. For U.S. adults. Thank you. Correction noted. We filled this out last night. We were in a hurry. Yeah, see, there you go. You won't even need money. But even you guys who have stacked cash in your 401k may just say, hey, well, why not? Why wouldn't I collect? You know, and your wife will say, yeah, honey, let's get $800 per month and help our life get out of the rut we're in. God knows how many people need a little extra to get them out of the rut they need. That's the whole thing about our economy. To get it growing, we need to all get a little percolating going here. Yes. The Trump campaign raised less money in May than the Veronica Mars movie Kickstarter. Well, I can't talk because I'm not a big cash hog. Well, yeah. Well, this is the whole point. The infrastructure bank would help consolidate a lot of the notes that we have. You know, we've underwritten Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae to the tune of $11 trillion. $11 trillion we've underwritten them. And they're just big, huge financial giants who are sitting on mortgage-backed utilities and all these mortgage-backed notes and certificates that are propped up. Well, we've got a $1.3 billion FAFSA, outstanding FAFSA loans. I say billion, I'm sorry, trillion. $1.3 trillion FAFSA loans. And that's something that could be consolidated as well in this fund, because we could eliminate the interest, the variable interest on the FAFSA loans, get down to a solid 4% interest, fixed, and everybody who pays back their debt at that time would be paying a check to the U.S. government, not some intermediary. And you would actually be paying toward the principal that way. So we would pick up the FAFSA debts, which would automatically extend our young people, and even middle-aged people who are looking for an education, a little bit of leniency on debt repayment. That would help a lot of you. I will never stop running for President 832. The run for president for 2020 continues. Absolutely. This show is an ongoing process. It's taking years to crack open your brains. Some of you are resistant. Some of you are living in the far left, where you think that you can tax your way into a better economy, which I think is absurd. Because to tax is to destroy. We all know that. In fact, the Supreme Court ruled that in 1936 in a case in which farmers were protesting an agricultural tax. But anyway, our Supreme Court never ruled that. And I believe that we lessen the burden of taxes on the average person to zero. No income tax if you make less than $100,000. And frankly, a lot of people are fine making less than $100,000. They don't care about money. Unlike Donald Trump, who being he's greedy like Hillary, they're prone to being manipulated.
About debt than practically anybody. I love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody.
And being he loves debt, he would love more debt, and he would love our country to be deeper into debt. Absolutely. We're on a trajectory to go national at any time in 2016. We predicted we would make the national news by 2016, and I was absolutely right. I told Sarah in 2008 that 2016 we're going to get national coverage. The problem is they libeled me. It wasn't the kind of coverage I wanted. And being libeled in the Rolling Stone has been it's definitely not mainstream media coverage per se, but at least I acquired that much. It's not what I wanted, though. Tell me about it, Admiral. I mean, a lot of you guys are penny pinchers and careful with your money, and you think Trump is going to help your country by being a debt hog, by being a spendthrift who wastes tons of money?
Than practically anybody. I love debt. I know more about debt than practically anybody.
He's a buyout specialist. Yeah, I agree. Rolling Stone is complete rag sheet. He's a buyout specialist. He's no different than Dan Quayle at Cerberus, who bought out Safeway and owns all the Safeway branches and Albertsons around the country now. He's no different than George H.W. Bush, who was a consultant with Carlyle Group early on, giving all these corporations, these buyout specialist corporations, the upper hand because they've got an inside door on big money. In our area, Cerberus bought out a major chain called Hagen, or actually gave Hagen 125 stores and cleared it with the international, or the, I believe it was the Interstate Commerce Commission. There was a regulatory, it was not the Interstate Commerce Commission, that was dissolved in 1999. But it was a regulatory commission that oversees these big mergers. And Hagen picked up 125 stores like that because Dan Quayle made it happen. Well, fast forward 6 months, Hagen is declaring bankruptcy on all 125 stores. And guess who's carrying the tab? Cerberus. They get to pick up all the stores and make all that money back again and pick up all that property. Yeah. So they made a lot of money on Hagen, and Hagen, the guy, barely was able to keep 12 of his stores or 13 of his stores in the bankruptcy hearing. He was just leveled by this huge corporation called Cerberus. Trump has lost 14 points to the polls. His ideas are not his own. They're my ideas. He can't in any way push good ideas because he's stale. He doesn't have new ideas to back the old ideas that he's stealing from me. So, and I want you to know that, let's talk about Cerberus for a second. Cerberus is the word describing the three-headed dog that guards the gates of hell. Isn't that amazing? So they have a company that runs our food business called Cerberus, and they have one goal, and that's the buyout practice. They like to make money. They run efficient machines, but when you go to Safeway, you don't notice big deals. It's not like you're making big savings. Now it's become more of a huge money grab. I mean, every product out there is like $5. Products that used to be $3.99 are now $5 when I go shopping there. But they own Safeway and Albertsons. And Dan Quayle, the former VP under George H.W. Bush, is the CEO of Cerberus. So they've got a lot of reach and a lot of power now. So this is the buyout practice that goes on right under our feet. And when you look at all the success in America over the past few years, you're seeing mostly buyout practice. Mitt Romney's company, Bain Capital, does that, buyout practice. So Americans' businesses that are doing well are actually just feeding on the lesser, more unfortunate businesses that don't do well. And the idea that a country is going to sit back and allow its people to be misled on a nightly basis by the mainstream media and never change anything, and then watch people on the internet getting promoted because they're fearmongers, you're looking at a very morphed and weird American political scape, where there is no free press, where the best guy doesn't get the coverage he needs, where the scumbags that profit from every corporate buyout are making the most money and continuing their role of success. Is there anyone in Orlando who can help me? This video looks interesting.
I need some help. I need help from people in Orlando who agree with me that this whole shooting was nothing but a staged hoax. The videos I've been making on Angel Column, I want to just point out another thing. Forget about all these balloons, but I am reliably informed that major hospitals don't have Venetian blinds in them. I'm sure I've never seen them here in Australia, in Melbourne, when I've been in a hospital ward. I'm sure it would be the same in America, as they are dust collectors and who knows what germs could be collected. In my Boston videos where people are supposedly interviewed in hospitals, I've said all along they're not even hospitals. They're just fake studios. We don't see any patients next to these supposed amputees that are interviewed. There's no hospital staff. There's nothing like that.
There's no people walking around anywhere. And I feel it's the same here. This is not a hospital that this guy's staying in.
It's clearly a Venetian blind. Decoration Center. Yeah. He's a cyborg. Yeah, he's good. We'll play a little bit more of PK. A lot of people don't like his voice. I've never seen blinds in a hospital room either. I'm sure there are blind people in hospital rooms, but I never... Good show tonight. Thanks, Ray. Wow. Well, you know, these shows really are not too difficult, as you know, because I've got all these great stuff, like time traveler footage from other dimensions. You're not going to see this stuff, you know, if you just go on the internet. So it makes it a lot easier for me to see. I don't know if you were earlier in the show when I showed my mom with a cell phone next to her in 1938. It looks just like my mom. I don't know. Maybe it is my mom. But I can't corroborate it because she's no longer living. But that looks just like... I have pictures of my mother. It could very well be her. But this woman looks a little older than my mother would have been. She would have been about 14 years old. This woman looks about 19. Yeah. Your mom was beautiful in 1948. Wow. Well, it's not a lot of effort. I mean, where's that song? Oh, I lost it. It's funny. I enjoy listening to music. I do.
We can't stop.
But we will stop eventually tonight in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes. It looks like a makeup case. Yeah. So you're disbelieving it's a time traveler? Okay. Well, I thought maybe we could have a little seance tonight and communicate with my mother and ask her. So if we could join hands, let me dim the lights. Hold on. Why did I stop it? Because Randy Quaid is a turncoat, traitor. That's why. Sell out. Obviously bending over to the warlords that took him over and threatened him and Evie. Total suck up. Yeah. Lost respect for him instantaneously. So did Scissor Fight. That's why. I even purged my entire video library of everything he ever did. Let us gather together tonight. We are going to look into the darkness and see what my mother is going to say about this strange and bizarre. Have you ever been to a seance? I've never been to a seance. I wouldn't know what it felt like. You have, really? Seriously, heavy duty? I'm seeing a flashing light in the distance. It's coming to me. I'm feeling it. Let's hold hands. Give me your hand, please. I'm hearing something. The Great Karnak. I'm not Johnny Carson.
In many cases, I probably identify more as a Democrat. I've been around for a long time, and it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats than the Republicans. But if you go back, I mean, it just seems that the economy does better under the Democrats.
Healthcare.
liberal on health care. We have to take care of people that are sick.
Universal health coverage.
I love universal. Hillary
What
Clinton,
is,
I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years. I live in New York. She lives in New York, and I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot. I think she really works hard, and I think she does a good job, and I like her. She's a really good person and woman.
What is a political liar? Yeah. We are sure at this point that Donald Trump is flip-flopping everywhere he goes just to get people to notice him. And therein lies the problem with the Donald. Yeah, he's a... I'm not going to say a master manipulator. I'm just going to call him a manipulator. All right? For lack of a better word. Yeah, end war. That's one of the reasons why we're here, folks. We're going to try to end war. I want everyone to know, too, that we are supporting legalization of recreational marijuana, unlike Gary Johnson, who supports medical, pharmacy, prescription crap like that. I'm the only candidate now who's supporting full legalization of marijuana. Thank you very much. So there's a lot of reasons to stand up for this party and be a part of it. We've got great solutions to cutting waste in our government. Tomorrow we're going to take on the tough questions that Ross Perot took on. You know, you hear that sucking sound? Your tax dollars being sucked out of your pocket. Those are jobs going overseas. We're also going to take on the tremendous problem with health, with the actual education system. Now, unlike Bernie, I can't give everybody or promise everybody a 4-year education. But in countries like Finland, Germany, Brazil, Chile, France, Norway, Slovenia, and Sweden, you can get a free education. We don't have that luxury. We've got too many people. But I can tell you I will get you a 6-week to 6-month certification covered under double Pell Grant solutions. If you qualify and have low income, you will qualify for a basic double Pell Grant, which will give you enough money to get tuition for 6 weeks to 6 months. Depending on how long you want to study and what you want to study. If you want to learn how to install solar panels, we'll get you a job installing some of these solar carpets that we have in mind for America. This would typically be a 6-week program at your local community college. You'd be able to hook these things up terminal-wise to the connectors and then connect the inverters to the main junction box of any traditional home, tapping into a 30-amp circuit connector. Very basic stuff, not a lot of... Well, I am a little tired, thank you. I've done a 5-hour show. Is that okay with you? Thank you. Will you be invited to the debates? No. I've been censored for 7 years. It's unlikely I'm ever going to get noticed by anybody in this election unless you guys do your part of telling people about America's Third Party. And I appreciate the ones who are doing that. I appreciate that. But this is beyond your wildest comprehension. Many of you don't realize that this is we're living a lie in America. If you think you're living in a free and democratic country where any one of you can get noticed, nobody gets noticed unless you're connected to the elite. That's just a reality. Now, the time will come when the elite will have to notice me. They will be unable to keep the tide of public opinion from penetrating the real media. Now, we got a contact from Anthony and Opie's show to get on Sirius or XM radio. Anthony Opie want to probably rip us a new one and somehow make a joke out of this show. I'm not going to let it happen. Okay? We're looking for real mainstream media attention. There's no wig here. Hey, shout out to Third Party. Wake up, people. We need it. Thanks, 817. That's great. So we're coming to the table with some pretty good perks. I mean, $400 per month per adult, U.S. adult, is a pretty good deal. And that's something no other candidate has. We're also going to legalize recreational use of marijuana across the nation, limiting the cost of our government. And we'll talk about this tomorrow night. The cost of doing interdiction in our government is really expensive just to break down the crops. We take beautiful marijuana crops and burn them and waste all that potential resin that could go into edibles, products that could be refined and sold overseas. I mean, we're really blowing it with the interdiction, the DEA interdiction in the case of marijuana. It's absolutely stupid what we're doing. So we've got to correct that problem. And of course, we have a plan to build jobs by using the existing home system at the HUD program and building it up and fixing up houses with a home program. And we call it Homestead Renewal Plan, but it's really the program that's already in existence today. Thank you. Yeah, well, you benefit from the cannabis. It's proving to be medicinal. There's really no reason to not legalize it. Shout out to HUD. A suicide attacker kills 6 Jordanian troops at the Syrian border. Wow. Gosh. See, that's the problem. We need much better interdiction at Checkpoint Charlie's in our foreign involvement. You know, I'm the guy who created the safe zone idea, not Donald Trump. I'm the one who came up with it 8 years ago. And it's really sad to see him running around talking about safe zones over in the Middle East when it's my idea. And I'm the one who can articulate the specifics of that plan. I don't know. It's like every idea is a gimmick with Donald Trump, not a real idea. And you notice how he used the gimmick of Barack Obama's birth certificate to get noticed in 2011? And now he doesn't even want to prosecute Obama. So that's something you're going to get from me. You're going to get me to prosecute Barack Obama. That's a nice perk too. So you're getting a lot with a third-party presidential candidate, as opposed to the suck-ups we know as Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. But prosecute Obama is high on my list, and it's not like I have a real choice here, because he's forced the issue. In order to get fiscally conservative and to get our country running back on track, we have to prosecute Obama. I try to explain that to people. I believe we can win in this case, and we can reverse almost every single thing he put his name on, including the executive orders that are trying to take down our liberties. Every executive order Obama passed will be completely shut down. Every one, including his attempt to allow Interpol to come in and violate your Fourth Amendment. His attempt to hide all of his records will be nullified once we process him with a fraud charge. He will no longer have been your president. It will be a blank question mark as to what happened over the past 8 years. Without weed, heavy duty wouldn't be so laid back. Yeah, exactly. You'd be kicking ass and taking names. I know. A lot of you people feel a bit better because you can get through life without freaking out. Marijuana gives you that edge. This is a U.S. Airlines, United Airlines and American Airlines turning off and on a spray over Wexford. Look at this, coming out of a plane. Some people believe this is remote controlled by outside forces. The pilot doesn't even know what's happening. Stop the chemtrails. I agree. Yeah, our skies were completely covered with chemtrails in our area today. I looked up and I showed Sarah, I said, look at that, Sarah. And there were 2 parallel lines in the skies. Massive chemtrails over our Pacific Northwest here. I fear for your children's future too. I've always been burdened with this tremendous concern and awareness of the dangers of pesticides and herbicides and chemicals that are descendants of the disturbing and rather corrupt military-industrial complex. I mean, Dow Chemical was a weapons manufacturer in World War II. This is a great interview with Aldous Huxley. I have it, a copy of it, so I can go there right now. Would you like to do that? Because that talks about what we're all going through. And Aldous Huxley was one of the most brilliant authors of our time, futurists. And it really does say a lot. I think that would be a good interview for everybody. No, I've got a lot of friends. I just don't hang out with them. We're geographically separated, a lot of my friends. So I can't really hang out, and they just drink anyways. I'm not a drinker like my friends are, or were, or still are. So it's kind of hard to hang out with people that like to drink. You wish what was more powerful?
This is Aldous Huxley, a man haunted by a vision of hell on earth. A searing social critic, Mr. Huxley, 27 years ago, wrote Brave New World, a novel that predicted that someday the entire world would live under a frightful dictatorship. Today, Mr. Huxley says that his fictional world of horror is probably just around the corner for all of us. We'll find out why in a moment.
The Mike Wallace Interview, presented by the American Broadcasting Company in association with the Fund for the Republic, brings you a special television series discussing the problems of survival and freedom in America.
Good evening, I'm Mike Wallace. Tonight's guest, Aldous Huxley, is a man of letters, as disturbing as he is distinguished.
But first, we're going to talk to David Sponheim, and he's going to deliver a message about the future of our technocratic world from the future, from 2016. Yeah, Hillary does need to be prosecuted on the issue of the emails. At the very least, she has committed a Class C felony. Yeah, I suppose I could be the designated driver, but, I just don't see the point of getting drunk and killing off your brain cells. I don't get that. Well, yeah, I will be able to ban and mute people when I become president. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I have the ability to ban and mute people who slander me in the show. Used to be a water and wastewater operator. Oh, okay. You've seen that. Been there, done that. Do you know about the fluoride being dumped in our water system? You know it comes from smokestacks of aluminum factories. Yeah. Mike Wallace will give an in-depth interview with Aldous Huxley. No, you're not muted now. You're finally back in. What pearls of wisdom would you like to share? Alcohol is poison, folks. That's the truth. If you think otherwise, you're mistaken. The legendary Aldous Huxley. Let's listen in to Mike Wallace.
Born in England, now a resident of California, Mr. Huxley has written some of the most electric novels and social criticism of this century. He's just finished a series of essays called Enemies of Freedom, in which he outlines and defines some of the threats to our freedom in the United States. And Mr. Huxley, right off the bat, let me ask you this. As you see it, who and what are the enemies of freedom here in the United States?
Well, I don't think you can say who in the United States. I don't think there are any sinister persons deliberately trying to rob people of their freedom. But I do think, first of all, that there are a number of impersonal forces which are pushing in the direction of less and less freedom.
Yes. I definitely think that less and less freedom would be clearly in your best interest, since you are clearly given too much freedom. I mean, the guy literally is prophesizing what is happening today, our incremental destruction of our freedom. Slowly, they're taking it away until you look around and you're going, I'm free, and you're in a prison cell.
When did the show start? It started about 60 years ago when you were born, buddy. That's when your mother had to smile and look at your ugly mug.
The guy comes in the show every night and says, when's the show start? Yeah. Every time I talk about his mom, he gets pissed off, too. I know, just had to get under his skin. Whoa! That was scary. I'm trying to get the texture of my face to match that of Aldous Huxley. More green, yeah, I agree.
And I also think that there are a number of technological devices which anybody who wishes to use can use to accelerate this process of going away from freedom, of imposing control.
Well, what are these forces and these devices, Mr. Huxley?
I should say that there are two main impersonal forces. The first of them is not exceedingly important in the United States at the present time, though very important in other countries. This is the force which in general terms can be called overpopulation, the mounting pressure of population pressing upon existing resources. This, of course, is an extraordinary thing. Something is happening which has never happened in the world's history before. I mean, let's just take a simple fact that between the time of the birth of Christ and the landing of the Mayflower, the population of the Earth doubled. It rose from 250 million to probably 500 million. Today, the population of the Earth is rising at such a rate that it will double in half a century.
Well, why should overpopulation work to diminish our freedoms?
Well, in a number of ways. I mean, the experts in the field, like Harrison Brown, for example, pointed out that in the underdeveloped countries, actually the standard of living is at present falling, that people have less to eat and less goods per capita than they had 50 years ago. And as the position of these countries, the economic position, becomes more and more precarious, obviously the central government has to take over more and more responsibility for keeping the ship of state on an even keel.
And obviously he was some sort of Democrat at the time, expecting the government to step in and help, like the progressive movement of FDR. But as you can see, he himself did not articulate a way in which we can shrink the federal government's overwhelming position. Now, if you leave the American people alone, they will be fine. They will not be needing any assistance. But when you interfere and create a larger society, you then become the problem. And as the legendary Ronald Reagan will say in the future, when I believe it was 1980, when he says, "The problem with government is government. The rising size of our government has taken this nation farther and farther into the future of bureaucracy and control of the American people." I don't really know what kind of accent Aldous Huxley was. Do you happen to know what Aldous Huxley was in terms of, historically speaking, his background? Was he English? Because it didn't appear that he was English. Yes. Aldous Huxley. Here is a young picture of Aldous Huxley. He was an English writer. There you have it. So it was an English accent he was coming up with there. All right. All righty then. Back to the show.
And then, of course, you're likely to get social unrest under such conditions, with again an intervention of the central government. So I think one sees here a pattern which seems to be pushing very strongly towards a totalitarian regime. And unfortunately, as in all these underdeveloped countries, the only highly organized...
I don't need to take accent classes. I do 45,000 accents perfectly. In fact, I was at one point inundated with accents, in which I was rather overwhelmed with accents. Hillary admitted to funding ISIL. There you have it. Well, this is just the beginning, folks. The American people don't even know the difference between ISIL and ISIS. And they don't even realize that Hillary did fund the beginnings of ISIS and ISIL. Yes. I don't believe I have any voices in my head. I'm not a homosexual. Although that face does look like pretty much like a person of that nature. Yes. You know, calling me a dangerous lunatic, do you have any idea how out of line you are? We're bringing Democrats in here, don't worry. Be patient. Earth Sky is still making a decision about whether he's going to write my name in. Well, I mean, we could talk about Aldous Huxley, but obviously everything he said back then really didn't change the world, so what difference does it make at this point? Or as Hillary used to say, what difference at this point does it make? I'm just saying, you know, it's a tragic reality that none of his predictions, albeit the coming true, prevented future shock from happening. All right, thanks for coming in, man. We got 15 minutes to field questions that come into the room. Feel free to ask. I'm your answer man. Okay, we got a question in the show. What is happening with the Fourth Amendment? Well, it's eroding. Slowly but surely, court decisions are making it available so cops can look into your computer. We talked about Rule 41 tonight and how that's going to be passed if you don't stop it. As you sit back and watch without producing any results as a third-party person, we as a nation are losing our rights in general. And everything is going to become an automated disaster. Everything about your life will become more of garbage in, garbage out as time goes on, because the leaders we have are not really there. They're just saying things to get elected. They're just telling you what you want to hear every single time the election rolls around. And because you seem to think that voting in a big block like a Democrat or Republican is going to help you win something, you've been deceived. They keep sticking you in categories of left versus right, which makes you basically fall into a category like a sheep is stuck in a stall waiting to be slaughtered. So you're entering the slaughterhouse with the Democrats, Republicans. Either way, you're voting for a two-faced liar, suck-up corporate pig. Alternatively, if you vote a third party, you're voting for the antithesis of corporate piggery, profiteering, cronyism, all the things that make our government a pile of crap. So, if you like the slaughterhouse, then go right into the slaughterhouse, but don't in any way complain when you get zip-tied and sent to the FEMA camps because you chose not to be vaccinated by force. Don't complain when a RoboCop comes up to your door and says, "You are hereby in violation of Section 47362 of the Penal Code. We smell marijuana coming from your premises. Everyone in your house is hereby going to be imprisoned." Because Hillary and Donald, they'll never legalize pot. I don't have any children, unless you consider me your kids. You know, calling people names is really the lowest form of communication, and I want to blame the Democrats and the Republicans for that. They're the ones that have been using name-calling to be the mainstay of their campaign. They call people truthers or birthers. Tonight is Truth Tuesday, and I would be remiss in not discussing the terrible, unmistakable waste of the 9/11 Commission report, which is clearly guiding you in the wrong direction. Now, remember when Donald Trump mentioned 28 pages from Saudi Arabia, and now he doesn't talk about it? It's because all of that is part of the thing that the government really doesn't want to open up. But more importantly, that's just the first layer of the onion. When you dig a little deeper, it smells to high heaven of an inside job. So, because Donald Trump won't even talk about the 28 pages anymore, and he won't even talk about an inside job, it makes him part of the inside job. He's on the inside of that job. No, I've never contradicted myself. No. So that's where you're wrong, Beekman. No, if you could tell me how I contradicted myself, that'd be wonderful. I believe it's an inside job. I believe it's 28 pages of missing pages because that's just a layer of the inside job. That was just a throwaway. That was to knock Jeb Bush out of the race. Well, how many are you getting me on? Are you trying to get on more than one state ballot? Let's do it. It was a joke, Beekman. It's not a contradiction. It's juxtaposition. Do you understand satire, or am I talking above your small-mindedness? I mean, when I say Democrats and Republicans calling people names, it was considered a joke. I'm not going to sit back and be called a truther because I believe that 9/11 was an inside job. I'm going to show you video proving that 9/11 is an inside job, and I'm not calling those Democrats and Republicans names. Okay? They just are Democrats and Republicans. It's obvious. Let's take a look. I don't want to leave you guys with nothing to look at here because it's important to look at this stuff. Yeah, I'm a truther. Yeah. Here's a leaked video of a cruise missile hitting the Pentagon.
Hello, it's Tuesday, July the 26th, 6:14 p.m. Just got this video. I'm sure many have seen this, but I've never seen the captions right here of these little explosions. I circled them. That clearly point out there's no huge jet flying into the Pentagon. And right there, I mean, come on, that is not a jet flying into it. Where'd this video surface? Why is this not, more abundantly found on the internet? I have never seen this one. And it's clear it was not a jet. I mean, how much more obvious can it be? It's probably one of those things. Seems every time I upload something like this, my YouTube gets deleted or the hits go down. Hey, look at that little hole. There's no way. No way a jet fit in there.
Look at that little hole. Yeah, look at that little hole. Have you ever been in a situation where you said that? All right, so let's look at this little hole. You explain to me how, indeed, 9/11 was hit by a jet, a 767. Because anyone please tell me how a 767 hit that hole? Have you hit that hole yourself? I do think 9/11 was an inside job, yeah. And then pull Building 5. You know, that's famous words from Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Center, the only guy in world history that ever got a terrorism clause in his insurance plan, and ended up collecting billions of dollars, over $3 billion for the loss of the Trade Center. Sad but true. Apparently, we're dealing with a lot of people that don't have a high intellect on our show, so many of them are using the lowest form of communication, name calling, because they can't even comprehend what we're saying half the time in our show, and it's pretty obvious. Undocumented survivors of the Orlando shooting could be eligible for a visa program for victims of violent crime. I'm sorry, but I have to laugh. Yeah, this is pretty funny. Among the survivors of the Orlando mass shooting were undocumented immigrants. And now they've gone through a nightmare. They got to get some legal relief for being victims of the Pulse nightclub massacre. At least 3 of the shooting victims have had undocumented immigrant status, 2 of whom survived the attack. A targeted Latino night at the gay club. Counseling, healthcare service. Wow, I guess you should contact that office for help. Yeah, there you go. Well, Rothschild, the whole connection, yeah. Well, that's been good. We got 7 minutes to field conference discussion, any kind of discussion at all. We can talk about the fact that you don't want to work, the truth that you don't want to work. Most of you don't want to work. Let's get to that. Newspapers are controlled, censored, and moderated at every level. I know. How does being an illegal immigrant be undocumented immigrant? That's exactly what the Democrats phrase them as. No, it's not. It's pretty warm here, pretty cool here. We're getting nice temperatures. My job is to inform you. You have not really figured this out yet. Have I succeeded? I say really crazy things? Like what? Like there's no real evidence of anybody dying in Orlando? No, I'm just mirroring the entire blogosphere when they talk about this. I'm giving you the statements from so many people all at once who are really questioning the authenticity of this case. I don't need to make income. I don't spend money. My outcome is that I don't spend money. So I don't need income. If I spent a lot of money, I would use income and I would need income. But since I don't spend a lot of money, I don't need a lot of income. You'll learn that too eventually. I don't have any taxes right now. I haven't made much money, enough to qualify the past 6 years when I retired. I thought I explained to you I retired at the age of 50. Yeah. You didn't get the whole message when I said that. Unlike Trump, I'm not greedy. I don't collect SSI. I don't even care about money. So a lot of you money-chasing fools don't understand how I retired and lived smart. Oh, you just got here? Oh, I'm sorry. I've been on the show for 4 hours, 4.5, going on 5 hours, so I guess you came in on late in the program. We were talking about the fallacy that 9/11 was in some ways caused by terrorists, unbeknownst to anyone else in our government. That's a fallacy. Cheney spent 35 minutes on the phone with General Worley, and during that time period, no, my manners are straight up and right in your face. I tell it like it is. If you can't handle it, get the hell out of Dodge, buddy. You're talking to an American here. I'm not some sort of kiss ass that you can run around and pretend like you're gonna somehow manipulate me by being, you're not nice to people. I'm not kissing your ass for a vote, unlike Barack Obama or Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, okay? I'm telling it like it is. If you don't like that, that's too bad. No, we're almost over for the night, but we'll be back tomorrow night with Wasteful Wednesday. I'm better than the original Maverick, but thanks, Magnus. I'm an iconoclast, the true definition of iconoclast. Many of you people may not understand that, but look it up. It's not a person who's delusional. It's just a person who's questioning your cherished beliefs. The videos are coming shortly. You're getting a little impatient. But 9/11 being an inside job has overwhelming ramifications, and it means that we need accountability. We're going to need government accountability on 9/11. We haven't really gotten to it yet. Under the existing leadership, they've never questioned the traditional message of 9/11 from the 9/11 Commission report. I'm the opposite of that. I'm anti-establishment, man. You got me all wrong. I am the most anti-establishment candidate running by far. Mel Gibson is making a Passion of the Christ sequel, yeah, because he's running out of money. Mel Gibson made over $480 million on Passion of the Christ. He's hit with 2 major lawsuits, palimony and a divorce case, in which he's lost more than half of that. So yeah, apparently Christ has become a monetary venture for Mel Gibson. Fascinating, huh? What can I say? So we've got some pretty interesting things on 9/11. We can show you some videos later tonight, but it really comes down to, it's just a classic lie. And when I talk about General Worley discussing the matters with you-know-who, Dick Cheney, who's still alive, by the way, General Worley's no longer around to talk about it. I can show you a picture of General Worley and his lovely wife. But being he was on the phone with Dick Cheney for 35 minutes while our nation was being attacked 15 years ago, I'd like to ask him some questions. So let's ask him posthumously. What do you say? Hi. Hello. Yeah, Earth to General Worley. Hi, General. Question. Okay, we got creepy pictures. Thanks, Runs with Scissors. That's pretty intense. General Worley, what were you talking about with Dick Cheney? Why didn't you ask him to send more jets to your location to defend the nation? Why did he wait 35 minutes? And since he can no longer talk and he's dead, I'll answer for him. All right? Thanks. You hear that jet in the background? That was great. The sound of freedom. Oh, we ran out of time. General Worley can't speak. Well, Dave, I was talking to Dick Cheney, and he totally ignored the national threat of terrorists striking the buildings and put me on hold for 22 of the 35 minutes, and I sat with music playing in the background. And it was really, really, really bad. And frankly, Dave, it was the worst music ever. It was this rock and roll. And you know how that goes, okay? Yeah. Oh, here it goes again. Oh, no. Oh, more rock and roll. Stop. All right, we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Wasteful Wednesday. Stay and watch movies. We got movies till 1 or 2. All right, thanks for coming in and hanging out with Masculine Dave. Yeah. Helter Skelter.
I'm the king of debt. I love debt. They're prevented from even using I'm the king of debt. I love debt.
All right, let's listen to Aldous Huxley and get on to the show. Thanks for coming in, everyone. Good night. Be well. Get some sleep. I know I need some. It's been a long day here in paradise.